play a game.
G'day viewers, sorry for the little hitch there. We are in this thing, and we should probably start setting up, I suppose. As requested, we have American freight. That should be enough. Is that all I got to do? Surely it's all I got to do. Brakes seem to be coming off. The C48W seems to be working well. Oh, no, you've got to do that. Yes. It's a different machine now. Switches are all on. Switches are all on. Wow. Wow. And I can hear my carriages releasing the brakes behind me. We're here on Cajon Pass. We're in an unusual spot. There's the back of my train down there. We're not in the usual spot or where we start at one end or the other. We're somewhere in the middle. That's okay. But I thought we might run a bit of Santa Fe up first, just to see what the new beast is like. What do they call it? The -840 CW. Okay. Let's have a look on the outside. It's the Santa Fe. It's a little bit grubby, which I kind of like. We're about to get occluded by another locomotive as it comes down next to us here. So we'll sit here and watch that, because there's nothing else we can do. We've got red signals, because it's on our track. Hello to Andy Burbridge and Andy Ladd. Do you know you have two streams running at the same time? Also have a horror one running. That shouldn't be running anymore. That shouldn't be. That was the hitch. Let me just jump into studio and make sure I don't have two running. Hope not anyway. Maybe I've got a bad stream key or something. But there certainly shouldn't be two going right now. Let's have a quick look. I do. Well, how about that? Okay. And yeah, you're not getting any data, so you shouldn't actually be running. End. Hopefully it doesn't kill that one. There we go. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, so I had not configured that one properly, so it had my normal Sunday morning key on it, and oddly enough, this one's now running with the Wednesday key instead of the Sunday morning key. As they say in the classics, whatever. Actually, I have noticed through various videos that young American women no longer say whatever. They go, why? Because, you know, they've gotten slightly dumber than before, and that's okay. Fortunately for the planet, dumb isn't infectious. Why is that pylon up there, and we have got a green light, but why is this not straight? I know it's been planted on a hill, but you know, it's kind of important. Well, it might be important to have wires on both sides of it too, I suppose, but it's kind of important that they're actually vertical. But anyway, that's fine. That's called optimization. It's fairly heavy. We're on a gradient. Let's build some amps, I hope. And then I'll release the brakes. We have released the train brakes already. Why aren't we building amps? Did I not put it in forwards? Was I that dumb? The answer's yes. Okay, let's build some amps. That's better. Why doesn't it build amps when you're not in forward? I would have thought you had to do that for load testing. But anyway, that's okay. We have a green. Our train will move at some point, and we'll turn off the annoying bells. Hello, Teesside Train Watcher from Bambara. How you doing? Andy said, no worries, didn't want to cause issues, take up extra bandwidth and screwing things up. No, thank you for pointing it out. It's helpful. Yes, that was my technical hitch. It was all my own doing. It's always funny that the radiators look like solar panels on the right angle. It's like, hey, it's a solar-powered train. She'd be happy.
How dare you?
No, she wouldn't. Yeah, let's kill that bell. The premise of this is we get stuck at red signals everywhere. Right? Just sounds like the game, really. But that's okay. Now that our whole train is moving, we can build up some more amps. T-Side Train Watcher says they're good. What about you? I am pretty good. Big day yesterday, cleaning out my old model train shed at our old house. Brought the remainder of the good stuff home, and the rest will go in the skip. Yeah, we're changing tracks. That's why we're limited to 30. You're 3 subscribers from 300. You're so close. Hello, Andy3. We have 3 Andys. Excellent. It is the Andy Show. I'm just making sure I've subscribed to you, T-Side, and I have. So there you go. And I just saw your short where it goes choo-choo. Oh dear. I think we need some more amps. More amps. I am using the TSCX, that's why you'll see me reaching over here all the time, because it's not in front of me. So today is all about American freight. We'll run this one, which is in theory about 40 minutes or so, and then pop your suggestions into the chat for what we do next, because this is your stream. Did I open the window? I did. Good. Lopsided power pylon with no wires. T-Side Train Watcher, train spotting at Berwick upon Tweed. You guys do have the weirdest place names. For 4 hours, train spotting is just too addictive. At least you have a lot of trains coming past. Today's all about America, T-Side Train Watcher. East Coast Main Line, we'll do it with the 802 on Tuesday. It's almost an 801. But it's actually an 802. It's an 802/1, but that will be Tuesday. So this morning's stream, evening for a lot of you, is all about America as requested. The United States of, specifically, since there isn't any other America in the game, because Canada, although part of the American continent, is very much not part of America. Kind of divorced their sister. Doing a runner. Ooh, we have tank cars too. As we head off to Martinez, the home of porn movies. One of them, anyway. Isn't it interesting to note that in the United States, most porn is made in Martinez and the San Fernando Valley? I don't know why I know that, but I do. It's the end of our train's finally there. Alright, back to the cab. I can't decide if this sounds better or not. It does sound kind of throbby. I guess it's okay. It does look better, because it now looks like a Santa Fe version of the locomotive, as distinct from the CSX version that we had before. T-Side hasn't seen the refurbished Voyagers as yet. Well, I think there's only one, isn't there? And they're going into traffic in 2027, officially, I believe. So they come out on Wednesday. And the announcement vid's already been battered in the comments from people saying, why should I pay to get the same train again? Well, you're paying for the scenarios, really. But as I have said to the people who are battering me with those comments, it's like, only you can make your choice. It's only $5. It's like the price of a cup of coffee. T-Size says they are out running on mainline use. I thought there was only one, but if they've painted up a few more, then why not? That would appear to be a relatively green signal up there. I don't know where my track monitor's gone. It's disappeared. I'll just have to read the signals. I have noticed that since the last patch, I think Thomas is picking up the wrong folder sometimes because Thomas's config seems to carry into Trainset World. So I think it might be writing to the wrong config files. Ooh, see another train over there. And how did I see it? Because I saw it popping in. As it heads down the rather difficult gradient here. Because we are going up the grade today. And there's another one coming. It's going to go next to us on the easy grade. Ours are still going up there. There's another one coming on the other tracks. Many colourful containers coming along. I suppose we should pay attention to our train a little bit, because we can see everything from up here anyway. The Santa Fe colours do make a change from the usual BNSF pumpkin. Hello, Mike K6694 from Ireland. Andy says, when do we request the next possible route to do? Anytime you want. So this one's probably got about 35 minutes to run, I guess. Maybe a little bit less. So figure out the next American one to do. It's all about American freight this morning. In my evening stream tonight, it will be all about German freight. Starting naturally enough with a Vectron. That's because people said, you're ignoring America and Germany. It's like, and I look back through my streams and I went, I have done a lot of UK content lately. Maybe it's time. And he thinks old school with sand patch grade. Could do that. Do you want to run it in heavy haul? No, I think we'll stick with 6. But that'll be fine. Just cresting the top of the gradient now. Starts to ease off from here. Might hop back in the cab so we can keep a bit of an eye on the speed. Because we are about to nudge our speed limit and the gradient's coming off a bit, so let's pop down a notch. It's certainly more powerful, I remember it, because it did just come up the fairly heavy gradient in just notch 5. And it's not a huge train, but it's not a small one either. How is Sunny Island today? My K6694. My neighbour across the road is an Irish lass. Over there last night having drinks. As you do. And he says, I forgot you've got the original heavy haul installed. Well, anybody can get it, really, because you can actually still get it from the Microsoft store. Not the Xbox store, the Microsoft store. So if you feel like a dose of heavy hauled, it's expensive, though. Hello, Chris Martin. How are you? Welcome along. That doesn't look completely green. We better slow down. I'll keep some stretch on. Hello, C. How are you, mate? Welcome along. We're doing a bit of American freight today. We've just had a not completely green signal. And the premise of this scenario is unexpected delays, so we shall unexpect the delays that the scenario programs for us. Is that a track up there on the left? Or is it a road? It's tracks. Where do they go? Not on the map. Well, they are on the map. Look at that. Huh. I don't think I've ever taken a train up those tracks. There you go. The things you discover. We'll just keep this speed since we had a not quite green behind us. No, it's not that one. That one? No, not that one. That one? No. That one? No, no. There it is. Trick monitor. There's another train. Winding its way over the hill. Busy little scenario. Truck trailers and boxes of Temu by the looks. And look at that optimization happening. Everything's furry. Excellent. C says, I'm good, thank you. Have you not been in for a while? Life has been very busy. That is okay. It's good. Things are busy, hopefully busy in a good way. I've been a little busy of late too. Work's been quite hectic. I will finally have a real railway day on this Friday though, coming up. I'm doing a half a shuttle. One trip to Lakeside and back, and then I hand over to another fireman. We'll see what kind of mood my driver's in. He's pretty well known to giving drives if you're sharing a diesel cab with him, but not so much on the steam, so we'll see. Hello, Lord Vectron. Martin Hampson. Hello. Thank you for wishing a happy good day. Hopefully yours is as well. We're currently, we've gone over the crest of Cajon Pass and we've started down the other side. And I think we should probably think about some dynamics at this point. Because it's not as steep on this side, but you still shouldn't muck around. Notification of possible hot axle located 42 axles from the head end. Stop at EBCS Martinez and I will climb down to check. You know, if there was a hot axle detected, you'd probably actually stop now. But that's okay. Since we're going to be stopping, let's get some normal brakes on then. Get the dynamics off because you can't have them with normal brakes anyway. We have a negative speed indicated. Good. I've actually started slowing down. May not make it 600 yards on this brake application. Oops, wrong lever. Enough nuts. C says, I've been considering driving a 142, just wondering if I can justify splashing out the money. I could make better use of the money to enjoy a day out with the family. Why don't you wait for a sale, C? Day out with the fam's always good. What would you do? Why is it braking that hard? Weird brake lever. Barely moved it. They look red, don't they? Are we going to stop in time? That's the question. I think so. I think we'll be quite okay. We may not make the stopping point, though, but we'll see what it says. See if it accepts it or not. No! So we're going to have to start again. Well, that's a bonus. That's alright. We'll let the brakes release and we will roll. It'll be fine. Hello, Pugface Media. How are you? Welcome along. How is the sunny valley of yours today? Pugface Media, if you don't know them, generally stalks the police out in the wild. So, interesting channel. Go have a look. Alright. There we go. Wait for 1 million years. 1 million years. C says, I mean in real life to drive a class 142 like an experience. I would really enjoy it, but kind of would prefer enjoy a family day, but I don't know. Why don't you consult your family and see what happens? You're changing your theme, Pugface Media. What are you getting up to? And why not? You can do whatever excites you. Where are we? We're actually not that far from you. Because we're on Cajon Pass. So we're not that far from you, really. If you think about it, we're not too far from San Bernardino here. We need to set out the cement hopper, which is the 5th car in our consist. We'll make this set out at Martinez siding, then recouple our train. Very good. Sounds exciting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This beast here is the naughty one. As our train all, as the brakes release, will crash into the locomotives because it's sitting there on its independent brake. Uncouple vehicles. Well, not right now, surely. Right now, huh? Alright. We'll go and do it by hand, eh? That sounds like a good idea. Independence on. Since we're cutting all those off, we actually should put a brake application on. Because, you know, we want them to stay there. Not just roll away. Oh yes, it's this. At least they fixed it. It used to throw you off the train when you hit the blister. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, sir. All right. We'll pretend it'll stay there and it's got handbrakes on and all that sort of thing, eh? We'll just pretend that. It'll be fine. There you go. And a train advice has come up there. We'll just pretend someone else is putting on all the handbrakes. Surely that's okay, yeah? One will hold it. Sure. Alright, back we go to our locomotive. We should get closer so we don't get run over. There we go, we've got the yellow signal. Which will climb back up. Well, let's go in the front for shits and giggles. Why not? Just to be different. I assume there's a door up here. Yep. And he says to see, maybe consider asking for it as a birthday or a Christmas present. And that's what I did when I went to the Porsche Centre at Silverstone for a drive and race experience day. It's not a bad idea at all. Amy says, evening all, try to sleep, but I thought I'd check in first. You may wake up with your phone on your face, Amy. Dulcet tones of Train Simulator driver echoing into your ear. And you've got a little short stubby train now. I had a chat with the airline that I'm booked on to fly to the UK in August, because the plane that I am booked on is currently not going anywhere. But apparently they're going to start flying again on May 17, so hopefully it'll be okay. Another friend of mine's heading over. She's flying it tomorrow, actually. Is that close enough? Nah, of course not. It's alright, we'll roll into it, it'll be fine. It's only 11 yards. Amy says, I've never fallen asleep watching streams. Something calming about trains and some casual chats. Excellent. I know a bloke that's fallen asleep running his stream. No, it wasn't me. It was young Mr. Hintis. Alright, better go have a look at this signal. Which is flashing red. That's okay then. We'll just pretend that we know that's got some amps on now. And back they go. Where did that come from again? We're going back 1.7 miles. Well, okay. Why not, eh? Why not indeed? Seems an unusual move to do for a hot box. How fast are you allowed to propel? Whee, that's a red light. Red light, red light, red light, red light. Why are they showing red? I don't think that signal's actually facing me, is it? No, it's not. So why is it showing up on the track monitor at all? And now it's gone. Ha! Bastard. Bastard. That'd be almost as exciting as my own train starting to pass me. That would be fun. Honest. No, that way. That way. That way. There you go. That's better. We're Beelzebubbing again. The horror thing, Andy, that you spotted also starting, because I had the wrong stream key, is another train game. Amy says track monitor is relative to your cab, so red signals appear when reversing. They shouldn't, and you may notice don't now. They're not meant to. That's a book. It's a shitty bug. I could dutifully pretend otherwise, but why bother? Look at all those cars driving through the RV down there. That looks painful. And those ones are underground. You can't park there, sir. Mm-hmm. Must have been a heavy truck then, sunk into the asphalt. 1. 2. 3. 4. Bored now. Ryan Trackside, hello. Andy says it could be an interesting horror game. I believe so. It does have a nudity caution. And I did see one of the achievements is a bar of soap, so I'm kind of worried, but you know, it's a nighttime one and surely it'll be okay. Amy says anything horror is a pass from me, but I can see the appeal. Oh, they're fun. This one's not even a Japanese horror game. This is a Iron Curtain horror game. These days it's more the flaccid paper curtain, but you know. The world's full of flaccid old men in politics still trying to prove they can get it up. Well, here's the back of our train. Did it get to keep an end-of-train device? It didn't. So it's sitting there unprotected. Interesting. Very interesting. As we head for Martinez Siding. And he said everyone goes up the hill with a normal car and comes down with a lowrider. Yes. It does seem that way, doesn't it? I do find things like that, when I've got this kind of camera view, I do find things like that just a touch annoying. How are we going for speed? Just a little quick. Let's pop down a little. Since we'll be coming into a siding momentarily, up here somewhere. Andy says, why are you going so far back? It's an excellent question, Andy. I'm guessing because the siding starts just up here. Well, this is actually a mainline running track that we're on. Ryan Trackside thinks I've always played this scenario. That's quite possible. It wants us to go quite a long way back into the siding too. Normally you'd cut and run as quick as you possibly could. You wouldn't take it that far back. But, you know, that's okay. Better check out points, just make sure these are actually controlled by the game. Oops. And they're not, but they have been. It's a little runaround loop there. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Hello, Gav's Photography. Welcome along. We're just dropping off a hot box. Could also be described as a cunning stunt, I suppose. Of course, the derail's set, but that's okay. Just pretend that's fine. I reckon you might derail if you went through that track behind us. It's a bit wonky. We are going to be pushing this rather a long way into the siding by the looks of it. Although maybe not. Oh yeah, it's all the way up there. It's quite a ways. Hope you're well, Gav. Prepared for another exciting day. We're going to take it back to the steep part of the track and just leave it there. That sounds like a good plan. Yeah. You're all right. That's good. We've started booking stuff for the UK holiday. Get your castle recommendations in. I'm not a castle-y person, but the other half is. I think we've passed it, haven't we? We have. Alright. Jeez, that stopped quick. And again, we'll do a minimum reduction to hold them there while we can't put some handbrakes on, or a handbrake anyway. It's lumpy, it is. Very lumpy. This formation would be an occupational health and safety risk. Otherwise known as a she'll be right, mate. Alright, you better come with me. How much of an application have I got? I can't read it. No, that's handy. Yep, good. Good to know. And no, not climb. Unlock. There you go. You're going to put an end of train device there? You are. Aren't you clever? I am doing okay, right? Hopefully you are as well. Let's just get rid of that. Go back to our train now. We can give Greta a relax for a moment because we'll just roll. There we go. "21 people in, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Let me know what you'd like to see. We're going to do Sand Patch Grade next. So if you've got a really cool service or scenario on Sand Patch, sing out. Try and keep it under an hour so we can do a few routes. I did get a request from Lord Vectron, but he hasn't actually put it in the chat yet to do Sherman Hill. So probably Sand Patch, then Sherman Hill, I guess. We're already going too fast because we're naughty. No, minimum reduction will do fine, thank you. We don't need a big application. Just a tiny one. Just a tiny one. It's very touchy. It's popping off and going back to release very quickly. There we go. That's better. It's going to hold it this time. Lord Vectron goes, yeah, Sherman Hill, lol. Yes, we chatted yesterday. Should I dob you in, Lord Vectron, so you get endless questions? Endless questions you can't answer? We could use the dynamic brakes with this few cars. It's hardly worth it. We'll just do some sawtoothing on the air brakes. You're allowed to tell people that you're in it, Lord Vectron. You just can't tell them any details about it. And I'll keep just saying it. Yes. Feel free to bombard Lord Vectron with your questions about upcoming content for Train World 6 that he can't answer and will gradually get madder and madder and madder. Because he's been dragged in. Because he's become so annoying to the guy that manufactures the TS controllers that he has to test them all now. Which is a cool thing to do. I should check. Have I had a notification for a PBC Pro today? I check every day. I haven't seen one yet. And... no. Nothing in any of my folders. That's a bummer. Amy's asking, when will we see a Siemens charger? Basically a Victron for the US. They are essentially. And when will Tadami release? I think Tadami will release before GTA 6. If it doesn't release before GTA 6, then perhaps before Half-Life 3. Lord Vectron says, I'm not allowed to use the term vaporware now. Of course you can. Andy Ladd says you have the usual ones like Conway, Carnarvon. Yeah, Carnarvon's on. Windsor Castle. All depend on where you're staying. As I know you're going to Scotland, definitely visit Dunrobin Castle and Edinburgh Castle. Ah, I shall write those on the streaming whiteboard of doom because it's the only thing I have to write on right now. Carnarvon's definitely on the cards because train. You catch a train to get there because we'll stay in Porthmadog. And now that I have the day of the other thing, then we'll use a bit of independent brake. Why not? It's really bad for train handling, but that's okay. I have the day of the other thing now, so I can actually start planning the trip properly. Amy says, vaporware, hotbox, you're going to get the stream demonetized. Oh, there's nothing like a good hotbox. So I was telling a friend last night that she should come and just stand in the background of my streams because, you know, she's generously endowed. That'd get the views up. Benjamin's brain in a jar says choo-choo, mother lovers. Surely that should be train lovers. Or are you thinking Mother's Day? Is it Mother's Day today? It's soon. I don't think it's today, though. We haven't been bombarded with nearly enough advertising for it to be Mother's Day. Go on, keep rolling. I know you put on a massive brake application, but, you know, I moved the TSCX lever this much. So I clearly need to adjust the configuration for this loco. Just a little bit. I should have new controllers at some point in the hopefully not too distant future, because Lord Vectronus has talked me into getting a set of the TS controllers. That's because he just wants me to spend all of my money and be poor. I'll do. Will it? No, it won't. Who knew? It's amazing how quickly the independent brake stops this, given it's only braking one loco, potentially even one axle on one loco. But it just stops it, just like that. Just dead. When reversing to our train, it will be necessary to request signal clearance. Awesome. Of course it will. Boop. Proceed at restricted speed. Very good. Have we actually got a signal? Nah. Nothing. Alright, prepare to sped. Let's do the contact signaler again. No, just to make sure, because, you know, now we're going backwards. This one, even though it shows red, isn't. But the next one's showing red again. Good. Excellent. At least it's consistent, bug. Lord Vectron says, as I've said before, happy to help others spend their money. Yes. Mind you, you're also a relatively generous individual, because there's a pile of books sitting on the table next to my couch, ready to be gone through. Which have all come from Lord Vectronus. Andy Ladd says the term hotbox for me will always be forever. The term for the toilets we used in Afghanistan. They were corrugated boxes and 45-degree heat. Can you imagine how hot they got during the day? Yes, yes. Ooh, a truck just went through the RV and through a car. Smash, crunch, crunch, crunch. What is going on that road? It's Ghost Riders. 10th of May for Mother's Day, says Gav, the Penguin President. Hello, welcome along. I don't think I've seen you pop up in a stream before. Going to pick up the rest of our train. We'll have to go and take the handbrake of this off in a moment. Oh, you're not going to make it, are you? You bugger. Andy's having a laugh, and the other Andy says, hot not hit, stupid predictive text. Benjamin Brainerd says Mother's Day was 15th in the UK. Yes, all these holidays are on different days all around the world. All right. We won't be going anywhere, mate. We've got to go take a handbrake off. As the compressor charges the train, we'll also need to do a brake application to make sure that the train is actually going to brake. It's this one, I think. Is this the one with the handbrake? No, that one's released. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, there it is. All right. Go back to our locomotive and we'll do a brake test. Amy says, metal tasty, the fuel less so. Only slightly. Do you know that artificial bananas, I don't know if you have them in the UK or wherever people are watching from, but we have a lolly, or a candy since we're an American train, which is basically an artificial banana. And those are made with benzene. Alright, let's wait till this thing moves. There we go. Let's do a brake application just to prove they work. And they stop the train. And they do. Good. So we'll do an equalising application now. And we'll stop there. Yeah, more. Come on. More. More. You don't want to do more. You're not going to do a full equalising. Ooh. Naughty Westinghouse braking system. You do that in real life just to make sure that your brakes are in the same state right through the entire train. So you do a full equalising to make sure they all apply, and then you release. Alright, off we go. It'll take a little while for the brakes to release properly in the back, so we won't power too hard yet. Don't want to snap a coupler. Not that this game does coupler snaps, but that's okay. We'll just pretend it does. It'll be fine. Amy says, if it's an EV though, lithium, yes please. Ooh, they do make the best smoke. Penguin President says, no, I normally just watch the vids. I'm on UK time, not normally awake at this time. Welcome to the very early morning, the Penguin President. Gav says, all the cars stopped seeing the train. Absolutely, they're just watching. Did I just see a floating cactus out here somewhere? You can't see it on the external camera, but on the internal camera when I was looking in the train, there was a cactus in the power lines over there. Interesting. Interesting. It's amazing what a bad lod will do for you. Alright, we can just let it roll now. We're allowed to do 50 mile an hour, so we will. Just let it build up speed. There's no point in not running at full speed. We have a full train again. Let's see if the end of train device disappeared. Yep. And will we have one on the back of the train? That'll be a question. Carter Asher, hello. How are you enjoying Thomas, Carter Asher? Mark says, hey there, I know a good train to run up that hill, a 142 pacers that really struggles on Riviera Line. You want to run a 142 up Sandpatch Grade, do you? Or up this one. Pacer should get up Cajon Pass relatively easily, to be honest. I'm too lazy to use the dynamics today, because I want to keep the speed up. So once again, we will sawtooth. As long as my brakes will actually stick with their minimum reduction. Gav says, floating cactus are there in the thing for 2026 and President Carrot Top is on top of it. Ah. You wouldn't want to be on top of a cactus, that would be spiky. You'd get spikes in your bum. Carter loves the new update. Cool. There's still a couple of things that need to be done, but I think they have done quite a good job with the update. The things that were all outright broken before do seem to be corrected, which is good. And they've made some playability changes too, which I wish they'd do in bloody TSW. I was actually just wondering, is that supposed to be a bird's nest or something? Maybe it is. No. Minimum reduction. Minimum reduction's fine. Just a nice little light air brake application at 25 pounds, which is ridiculously high for a minimum reduction. I would have thought about 7 would be good for a minimum reduction, but anyway, we'll go with it. It's okay. It's fine. It's all good. Amy says a pacer should do it. It's diesel mechanical, so smart usage of the whole gear should be good. I reckon it'll get up the hill no problem at all. Might take it a while. Gab says it's a big bird's nest and Vectron is watching from there. Be a very big bird. Be a giant yellow one from Sesame Street. Another delightful yellow signal. Which is what I was slowing down for. Carter says we need Henry and Edward. Oh, I think we need Toby. We need Henry so we can put him in a tunnel and brick him up. Because, you know, Henry's a bit of a prick. So's Gordon, for that matter. Lord Vectron says birds aren't real. Ah, from now on, you'll be known as Lindsay. Gradient's almost gone now, so we might even have to power. We're probably not, because we're going to stop soon, I assume. Oh no, we're going all the way to Hesperia. Okay. Power on then. Imagine if a bird had a nest that big and it shit on you, what would happen? I have seen a pelican shit on a car before. That was impressive. Carter wants Henry and Edward so he can create the 3 railway engines. Fair enough. We shall have to wait and see what comes of the franchise. Who knows? Andy says, we got Toby, Edward, and Henry. I'd consider getting an Atomist game. Ooh. Aw, railroadradio.net's dead. That's annoying. You have a go via coming up. And a red signal. Should probably do something about that, shouldn't I? Not that you can actually see it yet or anything like that. What about diesel 10? Do you need diesel 10? The mean diesel with the clampy thing. Train has lost its air east of Hesperia. Expect a restricting signal and a short wait at Hesperia until the 2828 is again on the move. Amy says, waiting for DTG to add an 802 to Thomas somehow, shove a face on the coupler hatch or something and sell it for £10. Good idea, Amy. I'll get Jamie to have a look. He'd think that was pretty funny, by the way. He's got a very good sense of humour, Jamie. He doesn't let it out much, but he very much does, having spent some time in person with him. He's quite interesting. And he says, I grew up with the OG Thomas TV show in the 80s, so happy to have all the engines from those series. Yeah, I think I had the books. I don't remember if I ever watched TV. I would have been a little old for Thomas and TV time. But did see the entire series when we lived in the US because my kids loved it. And we were always in search of shows that had accents other than American to help them be a little more rounded when we were living there. That's a good question for people. Assuming you are, and if you're not, I'd be surprised if you were watching this. But if you're interested in trains, where did that come from? I just realised since I'm pushing out to the shorts feed today, you can't see my head. That's probably a good thing for them. Because, you know... to think about slowing down soon, or at least a little bit. Hornby man, hello. You don't need to be sorry that you are late. You can come and go anytime you please. Mark says, from Plymouth, the Pacer doesn't like going uphill at all. It took quite a while to get to the first stop, only reaching 20 mile an hour. Yeah, I didn't think it would go up quick, but it shouldn't have any trouble actually going up. They're like a Class 8. They'll go up anything. Carter was shunting Gordon's coaches to the coaling plant. Why not? You'll be able to do that soon on Preston Crew, I think. Is it Preston Crew? Not sure. I'm with the merry-go-round coal trains anyway. That's probably not very far away, I would think. What do you think will come out next? So we've got the 802 coming out on Tuesday. What do you think will come out after that? I should find the road map graphic, shouldn't I? I think I've got a copy of it somewhere. Maybe not. Thought I did. Maybe I've done a clean out since the road map. Unless I saved it in here. Ah, there it is. The April road map. So, oops, dragging the wrong window around. Better pay attention to the game because I am approaching a red signal. So in the 0 to 3, and I don't know why it keeps resizing itself, this stupid window, just to cover everything up. But in the 0 to 3, we have West Coast Main Line Crew to Preston from Just Trains, West Coast Main Line Trent Valley from All Aboard Studios. A little bit obsessed with the West Coast Main Line at the moment, that's for sure. We have Tadami Line, Aizu Wakamatsu Tadami, The BNSF GP60M and GP60B from High Iron for this route, I assume. And the DB-BR147, well, we've had that. The 802 we're getting on Tuesday, and the Farewell Pack we've had. So out of the 3 routes, Crewe Preston, Trent Valley, or Tadami, what do you think's coming up next? What is your prediction? Carter thinks Trent Valley is next. Hornby says the Class 125 are fast. They're a very slow high-speed train, Hornby man. You should go to Japan. Or China, for that matter. They've got some pretty cool stuff, too. If you want some high-speed moving. There we go. We can stop now, train. Honest. And there we go. Glod. Excellent. Alrighty, let's go and find something on Sandy Patch. And then we shall do some Sherman's Hill. Wonder who died for it to be called Sherman's Hill. Carter thinks Trent Valley. Andy is hoping for Tadami. It has been planned for a while. Nate says Trent Valley. I could be mean and tell you I actually know. But I won't. Right. Sandy Patch. Scenarios, maybe? Services? It's clear cut. Switching. I want to watch switching. Powering America. Then you get to load the train and then take it down the hill. That's a really long one, isn't it? Cumberland Switchback. Free Play. Eastbound Coal. Westbound Climb. I don't know why people think they're hard. They're not. You just party on. But anyway. I think we'll do a service. Service. And he backed out one too many menu items. But that's okay. It's only an idiot. What should we try? GP38? SD40? That's the training centre SD40. What's that doing in Sandpatch? Oh, we have to do it now. Oh, we've got a choice of look at them all. I think we'll run the training centre one just because we can. Helper. Eastbound Helper return. Westbound Helper. I don't think I've ever done one of these. Let's do one. Why not? We'll even leave dynamic weather on because we're brave. Hornby man would like to see Dawlish in Train Sim World 6. It's already there, mate. The Riviera line. Dawlish Coast is already there. So you can go and buy it now. Benjamin's Brainer Jar says Tadami will continue to be vaporware and sold with TSW7 as part of the Super Duper Electric Boogaloo edition. Ooh, only the Genfield switch was off. That's actually correct. Wow. Freight. Lead or dead. Those things are all correct. Hello. Oh, no. Oh, I know why. I haven't put you in yet. I was thinking the throttle doesn't work, but it does. I'm just silly. Headlamps as well. Mediums will do fine. It's funny that the training centre version subs in. But okay. I'll go with it. Now, we better check some points because this route's notorious for not setting them. That one's not set. Yes, it hasn't set any of them, basically. until we get down there, and then it started to set them properly by looks. All right. Wait, train. Andy says Dawlish is in TSW6 already. It is indeed. We have played Dawlish many times, in fact. Many, many times. As we cruise along to be our helper. I think after we hook up, what I'll try and do is continue this in free roam so we can push. Just to be different, because it didn't look like there's a service for it. Because that'd be a bit different. As we roll past the supervisor's office, you can just imagine the supervisor here is starting to nod off. He's been enjoying his cuppa. He's just about to fall asleep. Seemed fair. Oh, that's an unfair question to me because I know what'll be out next. All I will say is I'm looking forward to it. I don't have it yet, I just know what it is. There's going to be, if they haven't already done it, I haven't been watching enough because I've had a few things on in the last few days, but there is going to be a full list of the ambassadors coming out shortly. I get the impression they're going to be doing a little bit of a clean out too, because there's a few that have not been making content for the game for a while. Tree Sim Canopy World. Mark says, I wish Dawlish was more explorable, but does anybody else on PS5 have issues with 3D map still crashes the game sometimes when you go to free roam? I had heard someone else say that, so yes. Couple to 42 vehicles. Back that way. Okay. Let's set some points. Looks like that one. That one's fine. That one's fine. And then back up there. All right. Makes you wonder why we came back into the crossover just to watch that happen. Nicholas V. Sandpatch Grade, your favourite. Awesome. We're rolling up onto a train as a helper. And then I don't think we'll be allowed to stay in it. Stay in the train because there's no service to take the train up the hill. But if we return to free roam, we'll see what happens. Andy said, I forgot how annoying this route can be with the amount of points you end up setting in the yards. It can be a lot, yes. It doesn't do many by itself at all. In fact, I think this route, even if you turn on in your expert settings, if you actually turn on, that's weird, if you turn on the auto points, it still doesn't. You need more tank engines, Carter Asher. I get the impression they've made some core changes in TSW in the last patch. Because I'm noticing lots more things are fuzzy. You gonna slow down at all, train? There you go. Bonk. Yep, we've been kicked out, so let's just go back into free roam, because I'm curious. Because, are we still in the train? We are. Scheduled to start at 9:47. We're not going to sit here for 12 minutes waiting for it to go. But you could do that. Is just stay and wait for it to run and go up the hill. The alternative is figuring out which service it actually is. At 9:47. All right, let's go and find it. We'll be in the other end, of course, but that's okay. Blast Pop says fuzzy question mark. Yes, lots of stuff is less resolved, shall we say. So I think there's been a core change to help with VRAM consumption would be my bet. Choose a route, Sandy Patch grade, timetable. It's probably one of the big ones, I would assume. So let's have a look at one of these. It was 9:47, wasn't it? There it is. An auto rack. Why not? Probably won't run it all the way up the hill because I want to do something else this stream, but let's give it a crack. Let's have a bit of fun. Cut-in will be on the screen, won't it? Or are they already? Cut out. We want to cut in, and we want to be lead, and we want to save changes. All right, that's happening. We want to exit. Let's release that brake, put that one on full. And all the other stuff that I have to do in this, we need to put on banking com, or we'll never get up the hill, even though banking com's not real. G'day, mate. Ready for a good run? Hope you are. Genfield on. Reverser. Done the headlights. Actually, bright and auxiliary is what we want, isn't it? That's probably about it for this train. Go via Hindman. Window. Have we got the same train? We do. What about down the back? Oh, we didn't keep the training centre one, but that is what's there. All right, let's get out. We are producing some effort, so release the brakes and off we go. Normally your points are okay going out on a service. Let's just pop down the back and make sure they're powering. Sounds like they are. Yes. If you're not familiar with the game, after you turn on the fanciful thing known as banking com, the rear locomotives start doing as you ask. Before that, they will not, and you will not get up the hill. Here's me saying the points are usually set on proper runs, but no, they weren't. Now we're out in the main line there, so they will be after that. Blast Pop says I'll have to load it up. I haven't played for at least a couple of weeks and see the fuzzy for myself. Yeah, I just think things are less resolved than they used to be. So if you look at these boxes, for example, they're quite fuzzy. This building's a little bit fuzzy. There's less anti-aliasing artifacts going on the fences because they're not as detailed. Those poles are a little bit fuzzy. The signals are a little bit fuzzy. I just kind of think there's been a forced optimization in the core. What's the frame rate like? You know, it's hard on 60, which is where I have it locked. I lock it because I stream. But I know my machine will run at about 140 something normally. But it's good to have an even multiplier of your streaming rate for the sanity of the people watching, so it doesn't get all flickery on them. Andy Ladd says London to Crewe is 170 miles, not 108. Alcata says Trent Valley becoming to TS76 and Xbox 308 miles London to Crewe. Hence the correction. We've got a nice load of coal over here. Pretty sure I've driven that train down the hill before. MP Rule X86, you notice the fuzziness too. Yes. Doesn't seem to be quite as prevalent when you're out of the cab. Notice the signals are quite normal. So I'm wondering if they've done something in core, and same with those, they're quite crisp. And the little building, and the boxes. So if we come out this far... Maybe it's something to do with looking through glass windows. Who knows? Just keep notch 1 to keep our train stretched out a little bit, even though we're cresting the speed limit at the moment. Yeah, I've got motion blur off too. I don't have it on. Still have the lovely tree pop in, of course, with the shadows. It wouldn't be so bad if they did the Star Trek thing and went... But because they just go... It's like turning lights on and off, the shadows. I wish some work would be done on that. I know it's an Unreal thing, but others have solved it, so... Could. Just don't. I'll have to come off the power, unfortunately. Yeah, the track shadows will pop in. Track shadows aren't too bad on Sandpatch Grade because it didn't have the original ones. Interesting. Andy Ladd says, I detest motion blur. First thing I look for in settings of any game so I can switch it off. Yes. MP Rule X86 says specifically the ballast, which I hate. You don't see that so much on Sandpatch Grade. It's annoying that the tracks look square and then they become curves in front of you. They're just following the spline. Benjamin says, do you have Busbound yet? I don't. And I haven't decided whether I'm going to buy it or not. Hammy says, what is your favourite American freight route? In real life, it would be Horseshoe. in the game, Horseshoe's not amazing. I think my favourite in-game one could well be Clinchfield, because it's just fun. So we slowly make our way through the yard here. Welcome along, Hammy. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Of the most recent ones, the freight services on San Bernardino are quite enjoyable, the local runs, but I think one of those is still broken. I think there's still one that goes out of bounds, and you can't finish it. Which is annoying, because I think it's part of the journeys too, so you can't actually finish the journey. Oh, there's a weather change for us. Snap! What about you, Hammy? What's your favourite one? Blast Pop says Clinchfield, the forgotten American route. Indeed. Running Clinchfield in autumn, or as the Americans would call it, fall, I reckon it's actually one of the most scenic routes in the game. The rest of the year it's a bit meh, but in autumn it's magic. Mark says, how will the run to Crewe work when Trent Valley launches and stopping at Milton Keynes? Will it just be starting a new service carrying on to Crewe? That's a good question. Will there be service continuity? We'll find out. I know there's going to be route hopping. Oh, hello, cat. My desk has sort of a roof thing over it for sound deadening, so when the family's doing what they do upstairs, the noise doesn't come through for streams, and one of our cats loves jumping on it even though it's not very strong. She's just been doing laps. Ron Sear 1850, howdy to you as well. Welcome along. We've just been discussing what people's favourite American freight route is. Bedfast Sky says, the one thing I don't like about Clinchfield is how dark it gets. Clinchfield is in quite deep valleys, which is why it gets dark. I would imagine it would in real life. I've never been there. I have been to the Appalachians, but I've never been to Clinchfield. So, or that area, that part. But I would imagine that actually really does get that dark. Quite early in the day. Because I used to live in a valley and we would certainly get dark at about 4 p.m. when everybody else was getting dark at about 8. Hammy says, I'd probably say Cajon Pass would be your favourite American freight. Fair enough. Do you like going up or down the hill, Hammy? Down is quite challenging, especially since the brakes don't really work the way brakes really should in the game. That can make it a bit more entertaining. Bedfast Guy says also the horn on the F unit leaves a lot to be desired. There is a good mod for the F unit with its horn. I think some of the most recent trains have shown you how good horns can be in this game. So the bar is set. People need to do better. Carter says, I can't hear in London Euston in TSW6. And take off your headphones. And he says, I imagine you'd have to route hop at Milton Keynes and then reboard the train yourself. Most likely, yes. Dominic 5678, Clinchfield has the old darker lighting. It does. It is still Todd 3. Time of day 3. Michigan Rail fan says, good evening, how's it going? It's going well, thank you. It's morning for me. We're just setting off on Sandpatch Grade with a gigantic auto train. Well, gigantic by Sandpatch standards. We'll ignore that we're starting to go too fast, because, you know, no one really cares. Hammy says down for sure, going up is a real slog. Yeah, this thing's got a pretty rotten horn on it. Here comes our counterpart going the other way. Dominic says, unfortunately, pretty much only UK trains have really good horns. This is true unless you run some mods. There are some really good mods, but of course you need to be on PC for the mods, unfortunately. I don't think I'd ever noticed that there actually are cars inside these things before. How about that? Mark B says, must be interesting to see how it works. There is a lot of route hopping on London stations. There is. That one's moving off again now. Still powering, which is good. Why can't I go where I want to go? There we go. It just looks cool, doesn't it? Has to be done. Bedfast Sky says Sandpatch is probably my favourite route for freight because of its mountain scenery. Pretty well holds up for how old it is. Cajon Pass is good, especially with the Santa Fe pack. I imagine you're quite happy with the changes to the Santa Fe pack. Because we just ran the C48W just then, the Dash 8. And it's quite nice now. It wasn't when it came out. Bedfast Sky says Boston Worcester also has fun local freight runs. It does, actually. Boston Providence was the most run American freight that I've got. Or most run American route, I should say, that I've got. But I think it got overtaken by one of the New York routes fairly recently. Ron Sears says, they're making it hard for the hobos to hop. Absolutely. And you can open the auto racks. Really? Wait, no, let's take this end. Well, it's locked, but, you know. Can we do it between the cars? No. Locked. Maybe only when they're parked. Carter says, is there a Maithwaite forest in Sodor? Yes, there is. Andy Ladd says, I remember though all the cars are red, which I never understood why that was. Well, we saw different colours in there. There were reds and blues and things. We'll jump outside again. Because I think facing that way. So there's beige ones in there. Oh, we got bumped out of the way. We were seeing reds and blues and other colours before, but I'm not sure at the angle. Maybe it was on that side. There we go. There's some red ones. Blues. Green, I think, that one. Red. Yeah, so there's different coloured cars in there. Looks like white ones in that one. Are we going too fast? Oh no. So naughty. We'll get over it. You have to open the lock at the bottom. Yeah. Well, there's nothing in these ones. Let's go and find one with cars in it. That one's got cars in it. That one's red. And this one's going to be blue. Oh, let me in there. No, don't keep whacking me. Blue cars. Lots of blue cars. Oh well, we'll just leave the doors open. No one will mind. Be like one of those Amazon trains you see in Los Angeles. There'll be a whole lot of people climbing in, stealing the car radios now. Andy says maybe it was a PS4 issue. Yeah, probably. Yes, people on Gen 8 tend to suffer a little bit. We should be just about past that 35 zone sign on the back. We are. There we go. We can power up a little more. Yes, even the headlights are red and blue. Yes. They're not that well modelled. They're just placeholders after all. That log out there looked like a gigantic turd. Might be just a little bit big for roadworks, I think. Just a little bit. We'll run this up to Hindman, and then we might grab a concrete service on Sherman Hill if I can find the one that I thought was good. Actually, we're not doing too bad for time. Do you want me to run this one all the way up, or do you want me to pop over to Sherman Hill part way up the hill? You guys can choose. I don't mind, whichever way we do it. I might pop that in as a poll. That's an idea. Dominic says, would be nice if this route got the GWE treatment and possible P42 DC. There is, I've heard mumblings about a third party who keeps publishing pictures of what they're building. Actually, someone is building a P42 DC, so there you go. Is that a road? I think it is. It's a little road. And it would be good to get a remaster on here. I don't know that I'd want to bring this to Todd 4 lighting though. I actually kind of like the way this one's lit. I think it works really nicely for the route. And I think if it was Todd 4, I'd probably complain about how bright it was. Bedfast Sky says the auto racks are covered like that because throwing bricks at trains was a favourite American pastime of the 1970s. People did also used to climb in there and steal things out of the cars. They were taking parts and radios and all sorts of stuff out of them to sell. Carter reckons we need Jack in the Pack in Wonders of Soda. I reckon Jack in the Pack's probably a little bit new for that one. Andy Ladd says, I haven't used the PS4 since TSW3. Glad decided to switch back to PC and ditch the consoles. And the Penguin President says, 1:15. I suppose I should sleep. Goodbye all. Have a nice evening, the Penguin President. Hope you sleep well. I think it might be time for a bit of Notch 8, which doesn't mean much in these locos because they're not that noisy. Oh, we're back there again. I wanted to come outside and listen to our locos spool up, even though they don't do much. Oh, there's a little bit of smoke. What do you think, Greta? Do you like smoke?
Not dead.
Clearly not. Oh, it's 50-50 to go all the way. Jumbo Train, hello, welcome along, mate. How are you doing? Just get our face smashed up by trees, that's okay. It's fine. I'm well, thanks. Oops. Little road. Only deserves a little honk. This train's not very heavy, clearly. Blasting through the town. I'm pretty good, thanks, Jumbo Train. Pretend trains today, 4 days of work, and then a real railway job. I'm firing a single trip to Lakeside and back on Friday. We won't be doing Sodor today, Jumbo. We're doing American Freight this session. And after we finish this session, later on today, in my evening, which will be morning for a lot of people, I'll be doing some German Freight, because the audience asked. So I thought, sure, why not? And on Wednesday night, I'll be playing a new game, which is called I was looking at my board, BNRO, and it's a horror train game. And for those people who liked the Hercule Poirot series, that went on special, so I've actually bought those too. And I haven't decided about Busbound. A couple of people have asked about Busbound, but I'm kind of waiting on buses in ETS. I'll be running the 802 on my Tuesday night, which will be Tuesday morning for the UK folk. Yeah, Hammy, I am starting with a Vectron and reefer bus. Vectron, of course, yes. I will be starting with a scenario called Dresden Diversion. And from then on, it's up to the audience to choose. So I don't know what German freight I'll be doing. We'll find out. I'm sure there'll be PZB. I haven't actually turned on the alerter on these trains because they're just annoying. Do you see any kangaroos in your neck of the woods? Not a lot where I live. Occasionally you'll spot one, but up where I do my volunteer trains, yes, quite often. Andy says, looking forward to seeing more Pro Hours. I really enjoyed those streams. Yeah, it turned out to be quite fun, unexpectedly. I did it because it was a train, but it turned out to be quite a fun game. So, and I think the people watching enjoyed it as well and were taking part, so we'll do that again. And we'll see how they go. That'll be a Wednesday night thing. I think there's 3 of them I bought, so we'll see. Carter wants Washington DC in Train Sim World 6. I would think that that would be a possibility at some time because, you know, they do like the Northeast Corridor a little bit and Washington's part of that. So it could happen. I think the American thing I'd like to see most in the game is Brightline, because it would be busy. And I think it would attract a lot of players over from German trains and English trains simply because of the similarity of the trains. And the way that they model the level crossings in here, where you crash into cars all the time, would be absolutely perfect for Brightline. Andy says, you know, some evil sod will ask for the V90. Oh, yes. Yes, that could happen. Horrible locomotive. The BR101 Expert on Chaos 99 is easier to drive than the V90. I'm not even sure I remember how to drive the V90, to be honest. I'm sure we'd figure it out, but it might take a little while to work through it. All these same cars somehow reminds me of the song Little Boxes Made of Tiki-Taki. Yeah, near the trains this route looks nice, but when you get into the distant scenery, not so much. Not a patch on the modern mountains. Can't quite get out to rail fan the scene, but there you go. That's as good as you're going to get for the moment. Improlix 86 says Brightline is 235 miles. Would be cool if they could do the full route. There's nothing stopping the game running a route that long, but whether it would survive on consoles is a different question entirely. But I reckon Brightline would be fun because it's busy and it's got freight and commuter. And I think Amtrak too. So yeah, it could be a good combination. And lots of cars to run into. Because Brightline's main role in life is to reduce the depth of the shallow end of Florida's gene pool. Yeah, a good friend of mine lives in Florida half the time. She lives in New York half the time and Florida half the time. Just bounces back and forth whenever she feels like it. Bedfast Sky says Amtrak runs on a different line than Brightline. Aren't they in the same corridor sometimes, though? Gratuitous bridge shot, as you do. You're Canadian, but you grew up there. That's cool. And you're back in Canada now? A little bit cooler in Canada than Florida, just a little bit. There's the old caboose. This is where people start to come undone if they haven't turned on banking com. You prefer the cold, less undesirables, lol. Yeah. I've been to Montreal in winter. It was quite nice. I think living there in those conditions would be challenging, but looked good. Bedfast Sky says Brightline runs on FEC tracks in Florida, except for their spur to Orlando, while Amtrak uses CSX trackage. Oh, that makes sense. Oh yes, we're meant to slow down for this bit. Well, clearly we're not. Sorry. I'll just keep one notch on to keep the train stretched out while it slows down to the speed that we should be doing, but aren't. Bedfast Skies says the FEC would be really cool to see in the game, or even a return of the Miami West Palm route from Train Sim Classic. Be cool. That was a good one. You want Crazy 8s in TSW6. You could recreate the Crazy 8s from that movie. Gradually ramp our notches back up, so hopefully we don't lose too much speed. The distances are quite deceptive on this one because it's curly. Railroad.radio.net's talking again now. Let's see what we can find. Trying to find an active train radio that's relatively close to where we are. Doesn't look like there are any, so we'll just pick one. Oh, yes, there is. West Slope, that's here. This is West Slope. Let's see if I can get this working. So in theory it's playing. Now I've just got to get it onto a channel that we can listen to. Yeah, it should be already. Okay, good. If it makes any noise, we should hear it. We're listening to the West Slope Railroad radio while we play. So we'll see if anything comes out of that. If you're wondering where I get it's not a very noisy one, but if you're interested in train radio content, this is the one that we're listening to. Are we going too fast again? How naughty am I? Never mind, it'll be fine. Now, was that the radio from the game, or was that the real one? Guess we'll see.
Wait, 29 GM. Alright, guys, thank you.
That sounds like the real one. Hope that's not too loud.
Four 4135, hello Albert. CO5. CO5. Hey, we got the light. Let me know when you're ready back here. Yeah, we're ready when you are. Yeah, we got cleared MO. This is for strange. check. Okay, if you're ready, on a release, over. Roger, on a release. Here it comes.
Sounds like they're doing a brake exam. Doing 69
Releasing 590.
kilowatts.
Brakes releasing, you're landing. Here we go. Clear the cab, clear MO. Roger.
So we'll be going all the way up. It was fairly close, but 57.43 is a good enough result. As I start going too fast again, because, you know, clearly this train's more powerful than it needs to be. Not that the sound changes much in these locomotives. There are some really good sound mods for this unit. Where did I see it? I thought the grass was actually floating on top of the ground somewhere, but I don't see it now. Some giant rocks. It would have been quite difficult to build this route, I imagine. As in the real one, not the game. Blasting your way through giant cliff faces and boulders and things. Carter wants to know, will the East Coast main line be remastered? Who knows, mate? Who knows? I've not heard anybody comment on it, so I wouldn't go expecting it. But there are some releases coming out for it, so who knows? The trees growing in the water down there. Just gonna go and grab myself some munchies. I'll be right back. Okay, I have munchies. Hope someone honked the horn for the crossing. Hammy says Brighton Rail Line could use a remaster as well. We haven't heard anything regarding that. No, neither have I. I think they're not really game to touch that one. It's this close to being on fire. It is definitely a snow region, Andy lad. Yes, it would have been quite difficult. Difficult to keep it clear too, I imagine. Don't we already have King's Cross in 2W6, Carter?
Norfolk Southern, milepost 254.7, track 2, no defects.
I think it's already there. There's a trick to, in free roam, to reverse into it.
254.7, track 2, no defects.
Uncomfortable gappage. I don't think I'd like to see a gap in the main beam of the bridge as I was driving over it. Andy says, I'd be happy with Brighton Main Line just getting on board and platform announcements. Even that might push it over the edge. We'll see if the crunching comes through. I doubt we'll ever see any changes to Cane Creek, Michigan Rail Fan, because that's a Skyhook route. And Skyhook's in a sad, sad way commercially. They did some work for a AAA studio and didn't get paid for it. And it came close to bankrupting them. They are recovering, and they are about to put out Lawnmower Simulator 2. It's not very far away. But they do only have a single person working on TSW, and that's Adam. So I wouldn't imagine you'd see any changes at all from Skyhook at the moment, just keeping the lights on. As for Sherman Hill, that would be a possibility, because it was a popular selling route. So I would think that it would have a pretty strong chance, if they're looking at an American freight route to do, then Sherman Hill would be a good one to get the treatment. We can be a barrel. Andy wouldn't want to drive over that bridge either. Hammy says it's a large expansion joint. And Benjamin's brain in a jar says, ooh, it's the publisher. I'm not going to tell you that. I don't want to get sued. But if you feel like supporting Skyhook, get Lawnmower Simulator when it comes out. Simulator 2. We accidentally picked a really good service. This has got lots of opposing traffic. Sometimes Sandpatch feels a little empty, shall we say, but this is a good one. I lost the truck. But yes, I do think it did have a radiation symbol. Radiation or biohazard, one or the other. And reefer bus ready to dock the toxic waste after the train passes. Yes. You would hope not, but you never know. Might have started just a little too far away from this crossing. Or maybe there isn't one. Looks like it is the day for toxic waste dumping. Someone's getting held up.
I'm hoping he'll take the signal here any second.
He went and found it, Benjamin. DM me a link on my Discord for what you found, if you wouldn't mind, Benjamin. People? I don't remember people on Sandpatch Grade. Why did Sandpatch Grade get people? It doesn't even look like one of the usual character models. I remember when this came out and the know-it-alls going, there wouldn't be a panel track like that just sitting there in the middle of nowhere. But no, there is. Maybe it is the toxic waste number. How could you tell? 3 eyes? 4 hands? Distant mountains are almost as good as a Rosa. Kelly Snyder, hello. How do you get the radio traffic in the game? Ah, it's actually playing on a website. There's the link. And you can open the radio in VLC or Winamp or things like that. You can't do it with the Windows Media Player or consoles, but you could always play it in the background. And I would. If you're on console, they do have an Android or an iPhone player. Be a good spot to just sit on the ground and watch trains, this. Except for poison ivy. That would probably be one reason why you wouldn't sit here. If you use that traffic source, railroadradio.net, your browser will tell you it's insecure because it downloads a file that's a script that you then open, but it's not actually a script. The browser just thinks it is. It's a media source for Winamp or VLC. I use VLC. So even though it says we're getting closer to Vance, we have to go around the big curly bit yet. But we're getting there. It's like we're halfway. King K Games, hello. We're on Sandpatch Grade at the moment. I hope you are well. King K Games makes a lot of Train Sim Classic scenarios on Train Sim Community. Hammy says, do you know if Dovetail has plans for any future American freight? I don't know about Dovetail, but I know there's third parties working on US freight, so we will see some. I don't know how soon, but we will see some. Reefer Bus says, growing up, my neighbour took a number 2 out in the woods and accidentally wiped with some PI leaves. Didn't see him for a few weeks after that during summer vacation. Yeah, that would be uncomfortable. It's not something we deal with in Australia. We just get spiders instead. Yeah, actually, yeah, Hayden Branch, that is on the roadmap. Actually, was it on the April roadmap? Have a look. Hey, it's still there, Southern Pacific Hayden Branch. From High Iron. Yeah, so the stuff that's coming up, German, there's Nürnberg Ingolstadt. For American things, we've got the BNSF Snoot Nose SD42, so it's another SD40. Hope it's a nice one. That's from Adamovic Productions. We're getting the BR Class 70 Freightliner for the UK. Lisbon Centable for Virtual Via 360. That should be good, that. I like Lisbon. Southern Pacific Hayden Branch from High Iron. Rin Nears Barn from Fowler's World. Cumbrian Coast Carlisle Whitehaven from Just Trains. And Neckartorbahn Heidelberg to Neckarles from TSG. And of course the DBBR 420, which is the oldest thing on the roadmap. So yes, we should actually see some more American content in the not too distant future. Hopefully. Yeah, High Iron generally, when they made a route in TSC, they usually had one really highly detailed loco and the others were less so. But I think there was only one on this route, if I remember rightly. I think there was an announcement article somewhere about that one. There you go, he's had his delivery from IKEA, he's ready to build his house.
Roger.
Yeah, Higham are quite prolific in TSC. They built quite a lot.
Line 594. Search line 594.
Since we are running dynamic weather and apart from a bit of fog and a tree to the face, we've not seen much change. Bedfast Guy says High Iron's B&O Mountain Sub is probably my favourite TSC route. That's cool. I think I've got that one. Let's have a quick look. Pretty sure I do. Train Simulator Classic. Oops, I think I just rolled through a road crossing, didn't I? Never mind, they would have heard the big diesel coming, surely. Manage my DLC. B and O. Maybe I don't. Let's have a look. I actually don't. How about that? I shall wishlist them. Because there's it's lost my search, of course. There's a retro pack for it as well, I see. Yeah, trains have done it too. Maybe that's where I've got it. Maybe I've got it in trains. That would be possible.
Roger. Yeah, we got a cleared ammo, just mosey behind it, guys.
Coming into Mance, where there's a signalling post or box or something. Something like that, anyway.
Norfolk Southern, milepost 254.7, track 1, no defects.
Michigan Rail Fan would like to see Donna Pass and Tetcha Happy from High Iron or one of the third parties. With Donna, you could run rotary snowplows. That'd be cool. Snowplowing would be quite a nice addition to the game,
Norfolk
actually.
Southern, milepost 254.7, track 1, no defects.
Even if it didn't clear the track, it would still be cool. Just sit on the chair and watch the trains go by. As you do. I've just looked in trains, that is where I have it from. I won't be looking up steam and trains and stuff tonight when I'm doing the German trains, because not pay attention to PZB for that amount of time, you'd be dead. Hammy says a Western Canadian route would be nice. Yeah, there's only one Canadian route in the game, and it's not a very long one. I think I might pay attention up the front since we've got a signal coming. Hammy says the Oakville route seems unfinished. Wish it went to Union Station in Toronto and had passenger services. There are mods that give it passenger services for Go Transit, but if you're on console you can't really partake in those, unfortunately. And Prolex says it's out of the cities and then a long trek to the west coast. Tough to do Canada with limitations of consoles. Yeah, because the routes don't really go anywhere. They're so long. We're only 2.1 miles from the top. No way. We must be meeting on the train or something. Unless that's as far as we're going. Yeah, we're going to leave 2 vehicles up there. That's interesting. Is this a good service? Q217. We just lucked upon a cool one. I think from memory that sign's a collectible. And Prolex says someone did a Saskatoon to Medicine Hat mod in Train Sim Classic, but it requires $500 of DLC to make it work. That does happen a fair bit. It definitely does happen quite a bit.
Where's the cat? Please, Lucky Helper, no signal at Emma. Alright, no signal at stop.
Oops. I thought I'd managed to flick it off the train then, but I didn't. I wonder how reflective these little puddles are. Not very. Unfortunate. Let's whip up here. I think I'm actually stuck outside the game at the moment. We are. We're outside an invisible wall. Let's try and get over the top. Can't. Let's try that again. So no, there's nothing up here, which is a bit weird that we're going to be dropping off a car. Or two. Andy said, I forgot just how long it takes to do end-to-end on this route. Yes, it does take a little while.
Norfolk Southern, milepost 254.7, track 3, no defects.
And in a moment, our train's still going up the hill behind us. But the big heavy locos are at the top now.
Norfolk Southern, milepost 254.7, track 3, no defects.
Welcome to the top of the hill.
Restricting in the cab out.
Squeaky brakes. Hello, Daniel. How are you, mate?
Roger. 32A, clear AR 1 Clear.
Josh, I forgot to ask, is this thing fast or slow?
Faithful. Slow, Roger. Hey, John, we are slow down the mountain.
Okay, I backed off.
More toxic waste. This thing's brakes aren't very good.
I didn't use enough fingers. We are fast down the mountain, my bad.
Take your boots off if you have to. Okay, on the fast speed.
Well, that was plan B, but we between the two of us, me and Ryan figured it out.
You're in the middle of sleeping, Daniel. Sound like me, mate. You wake up in the middle of the night and go, now what? Will that be close enough? No. Great.
Use stop signal MO, main 3.
What if this can stop on the Independence? Let's try. I think it can. Wow. King K asks, is the chatter part of the game? No, it's railroadradio.net. There's a link to it there. Daniel said you woke up to use the facilities. I'm actually about to do that myself. So we want to uncouple two vehicles. All right then. In 0.6 of a mile. So we're not going to walk and do that, clearly. Oh, we're uncoupling the helpers.
Milepost 2, 5,
Right,
4,
now I get it.
7, track 2, no defects.
We're just leaving our helpers behind. Sorry, boys. See you later. Thanks for your help. It's been a good run up the hill. Be all good. We'll be right from here.
Milepost 2, 5, 4.7, track 2, no defects.
Just let us start to roll. Because, you know, if we waste diesel by accelerating downhill, you know who'll turn up.
Comes a little shot of air.
We'll do the last five miles on our own with no helpers. Which I think they've already nicked off. Yep, there they go. They've already boogered off. King K says that's so American. I assume that's the railroad radios. You can actually get railroad chatter from radios in most railways around the world. The ones that aren't using digital anyway. If they're using digital, you can't get it anymore. That's the one, Improlex. I feel sorry for this town because they've been doing this roadwork since 2020. You'd think they would have had it fixed by now. Onto the dynamic brakes. Four miles to Salisbury, which is just enough time for a personal needs break. I'll be right back. Good, we haven't crashed. Might be getting a bit slow though. Bit less dynamics. Actually, some heat in here, I think. If it works. Come on, you. Heat. There we go. Surprised it got that slow, but I'm sure that will change. It's a pity you guys can't see it, but there's a cat sitting right here glaring at me. In fact, you'll be able to see her, because here she is. Not happy, Jan. Not happy at all. Relax, cat. There you go. You can go back up there. And don't push my glasses off.
I do need 11K over. Yes, cut your helper away west of Comped, please.
Hello, Bronco in VA. No, this is Sandpatch Grade. We're doing this one, and the audience has chosen Sherman Hill to be next up after this one. And that Sherman Hill will be the last one today, I think. We're just about to the end of Sandpatch Grade. We've been going up the hill, now we're going down the other side. Hope you're well, Bronco. "50 Shades of AA, Jack Daniel is your name." Fair enough. And he says, the cat had the oi human. I didn't give you permission to grab me face on it. Yes, it did. He wasn't very impressed. She's still here, though. Hey, want some sausage? There you go. I'll leave that there for you. Yes, she wants a sausage. She's eating that like she hasn't eaten anything for a week. Which she has, because I fed her a couple of hours ago. Right before this stream.
Norfolk Southern, milepost 25.
Rails of Illinois says the rail fanning community has gone back to shit lately as 2 Canadian National Heritage units have recently had some stuff stolen. That happens, sadly. And Rails says, I low-key wish railroads could tighten security, but then you wouldn't be able to get near them to take your pictures and your videos. Loco Poco 70 says, American Freight's my favourite. Been working in the CSX Oakville yard today on the new Stamford route, giving TSW6 a second chance. Nice. What do you think? I don't think I've actually done any freight on New York Stamford. Rails reckons CSX is the best class 1. Bronco says we trapped a colony cat that has an injured foot. He is friendly, so we'll find a home, but his foot needs some TLC, should be okay. Yes, we have plenty of rescue animals. They come, they go. Some get new homes, some don't. I slowed down a lot more than I thought. We'll keep the dynamics on, but we'll knock them back quite a bit. I'll have to find a railroad radio channel for Sherman when we do that one. And he says, you did freight on Stanford a few weeks ago. You ended up in Grand Central as the points never changed. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that went well. Yes, that's probably why I put it out of my head, Andy. I didn't want to remember it. Just about at the end of our run. Imagine how much that cost to make. Trying to remember if there's a road crossing around here. Or if that whistle sign, yes there is. Michigan Rail fan says, is that an Angora? I can't remember what she is. But Angora doesn't sound right. Did you eat that? You haven't eaten it all. What are you doing?
Unitor 12G over.
12G.
Guys, hang tight for me at MO. I don't have a spot for you down the mountain yet. As soon as I do, I'll get you going.
That's inside, thank you.
Thanks.
Bronco bought Farm Sim 25 this week. Kind of regret it. It's okay. You have to learn to do all the different types. It was that or the check route. Should have gone the check route, but Farm Sim was on sale. That can happen. I remember the brakes in this are really bad. 15 cats, Bronco. That's impressive. Very impressive. We don't have that many. Hello, Hawks. Loco Poco says, I usually do the northeast route freight. Lots of switching involved. The long-winded slow mountain climbs out west bore me. I'm an ex-yard switcher anyway back in the 90s. That's what I know best. Ah, cool. Not that long till we finish this one, even though the route goes on forever after that. Actually, it is a go via, isn't it? I was reading that as a stop. I don't know why. I don't really need to eat any more food, but it's here, so I will.
There, John. John, I'm ready.
It's one of the things I like about this week's change shift. Pick up my train from a platform and put it right back there. Loco Poco said I needed a good GP38 or SD40 horn that's loud. The ones that come with TSW6 aren't good. No, they're not. They're a bit crap. Are you on PC? Most TSW mods turn up there on Train Sim Community. There's not so many on Mods Nexus. We're still pumping up after that application. It's quite the climb on that road there. Steep. Getting back into the high-speed freight running now, 40 miles an hour. Really pins the ears back, that does. Bronco's asking Loco Poco, did he work for Amtrak or a different company, and how did he get into that work? Being really facetious, probably by applying for a job. Worked in the Amoco Chemical Company, very large yard. That's probably more fun than working for the actual railway. Thanks for the backseat driving, Rails. Good help, mate. Already done. Because remember, I'm 20 seconds ahead of you. Bronco says the Czech route is on the wish list, but curious what the roadmap is going to look like this month. Well, there were a whole lot of things that came out in the 0 to 3 in the Feb roadmap, so in theory, all those routes will be releasing this month. No, set up. Hawk says you're putting far too much faith into a roadmap. I assume you mean faith. Is there a vacuum cleaner heading for me? Or is it upstairs? One or the other. Rails says railroads treat their work... No, I'm not going to read that out, Rails. In fact, I'm going to remove that one. Vectron loves trying to troubleshoot 3D printers with some sarcasm. You're not trying to reprint new notches for your TS controllers, are you? Hawk says, not sure what I'm typing. Coffee required. I had one of those a few hours ago. Lord Vector goes, actually, yes. Loco Poco says, I started out with contractor loading rail cars at Amoco and then moved to conductor with the locomotive engineer for 7 years. Last 2 years we leased Norfolk Southern GP38 and you drove that. Very cool. That's marginally better, Rails. Lord Vectron says 10 notch braking, got a plunger for the rebound. Controller mods. Not that long to go to Rockwood, which will be the end of this run. Then we'll jump on to Sherman Hill. I was thinking one of the runs out of the concrete plant could be a good one, if I can find one. You might want to give that some context, Rails. We don't know what they're doing. Ah, yes, the very precariously placed mining equipment. What makes you think that they're not being allowed to call in sick, Rails? And it would depend what your entitlements were. If you're on a contract, you might not get things like that. If you're a contract worker, Rails, you still get sick days, you just don't get paid when you're on them. That's how that works, but if you're an employee, it's a different story. Hawk says, to be fair, sounds like normal American laws, lack of anything. That is possible. Yeah, I shouldn't put them in the context of ours, because we have the minimums from the modern award. Loco Poco says, I wish TSW 7 would allow you to process freight cars, being able to change them from loaded to empty, like Run 8. They do that themselves when you run under loaders, but it would be good if you could do it. You can do it, I think... Can you tell it where you want loaded or unloaded information designer? But not after it's put together. Rails says BNSF have a policy where if you work 4 weeks straight, you don't points build up against your record if you're sick. Points build up against you, get fired. That sounds like contract workers. And I'd be surprised if their fatigue plan let you work 4 weeks straight. Most fatigue plans are 10 days on, 4 days off, minimum. Rail says Run 8 is really good. Car says too bad it's only on PC. It is only on PC. It is a very accurate simulation, but it's a little dated in the graphics. But so are the other really good simulations. Michigan says you're 20 seconds ahead of us, so you can tell us what happens before it actually does. Yeah. And Rails says, yay, my friend's in the chat. Rails has a friend. How about that? As we make our way along the last bit. Yeah, Run 8 would be good with better graphics. This is very true. Lots of the really detailed simulator games actually have terrible graphics. There's even a new one that's not very far off coming out. It still has terrible graphics. Sushi 3 is similar. It's a very detailed simulator. Graphics are awful. Rails also reckons you can't be large to become an engineer or conductor. Well, that's because you've got to get in and out of the locos, mate. 260 pounds is pretty heavy. 130 kilos. I'm 105 and I'm heavy. Because when you think about it, you have to get up and down those steps. That would not be easy for a heavy person. Improlix said the weight limit could be due to health issues. Many train wicks have been nailed down to health issues. They have indeed. People passing out from hypoglycemia and sleep apnea and all sorts of things. Loco Perco says your RTX 4070 Ti Super 16 gig barely breaks a sweat in run 8. I don't think it even uses the GPU. I think it's only using the CPU. Bronco says 260 is heavy. Rail says, I mean, it makes sense for their part, but really. Well, it's no different to railways here, mate. If you've got a neck that's beyond 41 inches, you have to do sleep studies. And if you have diabetes, you can't be involved in the cab. So it's not unusual. It's very common. Lots of jobs have minimum health requirements. And Rail says autism or not, I still want to become an engineer. Autism wouldn't stop you. Getting angry would stop you. So learn to manage that and you'll be fine. Car wants to know who Rails wants to work for. Hawk says, no offence, Rails, but there's a little bit of hear this, hear that. I'm not doubting it, nor the requirement, but amount of this is standard OHS worker safety, despite the USA having an amount of lacking standards to say the least. Rails says it's sad and stupid at the time. It's what they say. It makes me feel like the world needs to change. Well, it's about safety, Rails. Because people have to be able to manage emergencies. And if you fly off the handle, you can't manage an emergency. And an emergency could be a minor thing, like a hose bag blowing up or coming off out in the field, so you have to fix the brakes. Or it could be something major, like a crash or a spad. Loco Poco says, I'm too old and fat to get back into railroading, I'll stick to the Sims. I still fit through the Loco door, I'm happy. Rail says CSX or CPKC, because one thing, they actually treat their workers like they give a shit than Metra. Well, Metra's commuter. Commuter's always a bit sucky. Is that brake application making any difference? Yeah, it is. Andy says, I had to keep a certain physical standard for both my jobs I've had, otherwise out the door if I couldn't. Yeah, it's not that unusual. I mean, yours had a pretty good reason why, Andy, but not that unusual, really. Oddfellow, hello, it's been a while. Welcome in. Hope you're good. Car says it's better for your mental health too, staying healthy physical-wise. It is. It is very helpful. Makes you feel more confident, indeed. Bronco says, I probably couldn't pass the colour vision test. That impacted what I could do in the Navy. Yeah, we do have colour vision testing every 2 years. You also have to be able to read, but you're allowed to wear glasses for that. Rails says Metro requires you're supposed to enter the military or work for another railroad, which is just lame. Well, here's a car. C-A-R, car. See? Makes sense. Bronco says black or white with colour vision, pass or fail. Yes, that's the same on the railway I work on. Well, actually, it's all railways in Australia. You have to pass it. There's no other choice. Is this going to stop before that red signal? I guess we'll know soon. Benjamin's brain in a jar. Is that both type 1 and type 2? It is. Type 1 can be managed. Type 2 is a no. I reckon it'll stop. 100 yards, 8 mile an hour. Surely it's going to be fine. We're not touching the brakes. See? Not touching a thing. We might have to start again after we've stopped, but I want to see what one brake application will do. Well, it's not bad. We will have to start again, because we do have to keep moving, because we have to get a little bit more. Alright, you can stop now. That's enough. No spad. Not allowed. That'll do. Ooh, kicked out of the chair violently. Alrighty. Bail off the independent, says Rails. Could. Hawk says should be the other way round for diabetes. Oh. Maybe. The one that's hard to manage is the one you get glycemia, they won't let you operate. Whichever way round that is. Carr says, I wouldn't want to be saying Chicago area rail fanning every time you're referring to me. It would take a little while, yes. Bronco says, when I worked in law enforcement, allowed to have a mild condition, which I passed. Yeah, on the railways, because you're often on your own and you're in charge of a large machine, they tend to be quite strict. Carr says, I had a just flashback running a similar service and broke too late and it wasn't fun. Yes, bad city. Does happen. Sherman Hill. Now, I think we want a... What have we got with the SD40s on here? Laramie Yard to Laramie Cement. That's going up. Why do we do that one? It's a bit of a crap route, so we'll put a bit of fog on, make it look better. Add some wind. Hawk says type 1 is the harder one. Could be right, because not having either. Why wouldn't you go over notch 4 on dynamic brakes, mate? They give you 8 notches for a reason. Oh, it's one of those ones that all the switches are wrong. Good. What kind of train have we got? Nothing. It's just us. So where are we going? That way. Okay. Oh, all the way up there. Uh-huh. So we're going to go around that train. Okay. That looks interesting. Anyway, let's finish setting up. Mediums will do in here. And freight. Bumpy. Now, where are we going to go while those brakes are releasing? Got to set some points. We are indeed going around that train. All the way up the other end. Set some more points. All the way up to there. Brakes are looking pretty good. Bronco says, I do not think I've done a US freight run since last November. I understand the principles, thanks to you, but not as fun as UK or US passenger. Yeah, freight can take a while. And it's slow. Andy says, I knew a guy who was colourblind in Royal Navy, limited to being in logistics as he wasn't allowed to do anything technical due to it. Yeah, it's not unusual. Rails says, how does a stabilisation test work? What is the context, Rails? Yeah, we're going to miss the end of that train up there. It'll be fine. Vectron says, Sherman Hill time. Where? Who? What? Loco says they diagnose you with pre-diabetes. I'll have to do a sleep study with my next medical, which will be exciting. You either spend the night in a sleep study clinic or they give you a device to take home. You're better off spending a night in the clinic because the home devices aren't that reliable. Too much, too soon. We're going to go back and couple. Let's just check our points. No, they appear to have... One's been changed. Rails says for the brakes. That would be a relatively normal brake test, Rails, just to make sure that you're not losing air. So you apply the brakes, wait 1 minute and make sure that nothing's changed. Bronco says, I have the home device on May the 12th. Ah. If you get a negative result on the home version, hassle them and get a clinic version done, because a few people on my railway got ruled out of service from the home test and then they went and had a clinic test at their own expense and passed. I know 3 people that happened to. Assuming this game's willing to behave itself, Rails, I can show you that kind of brake test. You normally do it with just the locos. But I'll show you with the carriages. So if we just let the brakes sit for a moment. All right, it's happy now, so let's do... And the airflow indicator works well on this locomotive, good to see. But we do an application and it's taking its own sweet time to get up there. But we did a pretty big application on the equalizing reservoir. So we brought it to 70 pounds. The main train pipe is coming to 70 pounds as well. So it's reached 70 pounds and now you just sit here because nothing should change now. So if you sat for a minute, nothing on this needle, this needle, this needle, or this needle should change if you just sit there, which means you don't have any air leak. And I'll release. And then we watch to see where everything gets to. So the equalizing gets to 90, the train brake pipe will get up to 90, and you can see that the cylinders are taking a sweet time releasing, even longer at the back. And there we go. And now if you did a small application, so watch the equalizing needle, whoops, this one. So we'll do a small application, we'll take it down to 85 and hold it there. Oh, you went just over. And you should see it reach the same thing on the other side with a small brake application. So you've got about 6-7 pounds of application there. Now we can go. After we check our points, of course. Now, where are we going? Are we running out backwards? We are running out backwards. What did it want us on this end for? How weird. But okay. Weird. We're clearly going to be backing rather a long way. That set of points is set. That's a derail, and that one's set. That one is, yes. And we're going all the way back up there. Okay. Michigan says, with Sherman Hill, they have 2 of the same service, which is chemical switching. That's cool. Let's get rid of the bell. It's annoying. Bronco says, my test is disability rating for the military retired, but my missus says I stop breathing at night. We shall see. That could be sleep apnea, Bronco. My wife used to do that. Current situation is 0 physical tests. Car says, do you have a video explaining how to set up a consist with multiple locomotives pulling a train? A Cajon pass user let power, you have to get up that hill. Well, all you really have to do is, these even got a radio? Yeah. All you really have to do is just use either the display or PTT, depending on which one it is, but the one labelled banking com, just turn that on before you do anything else. So you sit down in the chair, turn on banking com, and then set the train up. That's really all you have to do. Andy says, my wife was pregnant. The eldest midwife thought she had gestational diabetes, but luckily it was just because she craved Mars bars and a lemon cake that sent her blood sugar high. Ironically, with the second kid, craved plain rice cakes, which is the complete opposite. Well, your body knows what your body wants. Give it to it. And he says, what can I say? My wife's an oddball. And I just visualise, whack, whack, whack. Bronco says, TSD has videos for anything you want to know. This is true. This is true. But we'll do another service because this is only a little quickie. So we'll run a proper one as well, and I'll show you. But there are a great many tutorials on my channel, yes. Enormous numbers of them. 350 of them, I think, something like that. Let me find you a tutorials playlist. Car says, I thought the banking comp PTT was setting up DPUs, or you had to do something specific in the trailing locos. No, not normally. You can go through and check them if you want to, but normally you don't have to. The game just sets them up by itself. But I can walk you through it and show you what they should be set up as. Are we going too fast? How unlike me. That never happens. And he says 3 AM, so well asleep by now, has to work in a few hours, so you're safe. They always know, mate. They always know. Rail says UP 1988 on ZLCG2. Bronco says that's how it works. Oddfellow by Brenda, your wife, a big fan, says hi. Hello, Brenda, your wife. Car says, I see. I'll check it out in a couple of those tutorials after the stream. Well, we'll do one here in a minute. I'll show you what it should be set up as, because we'll do a proper run on the hill. So we've just pushed this one back into the cement siding. How close are we at the back? Yeah, not too far to go now. Even though it says 2.2 miles. Maybe it is far to go. Let's go have a look. Maybe it's a long way back. 2 miles an hour, it'll probably take about a week. It is a long way back. All the way back up here. Alright, we're going to ignore the speed we should be doing. We're going to go a bit quicker. A little bit quicker. Otherwise we're going to be here all day instead of having a good run. Bedfast Sky says there's one scenario on Sandpatch you have to set up the trailing locos yourself, but I think that's the only one like it. Yeah, I think so. There is one. There's another, like one of the German ones, there's a cold start scenario. I have not seen any new Michael Jackson movies, Rails. Back we go. Rail says to car, CN A490 will have a YN2 leader. Of course, we get good ship and we'll be out too far west to catch it. Need a helicopter. It's weird that there's a dirt road with bells and lights. I'm just going to call you V9P. When I switch to cab view, the outside looks overexposure and washed, but your cab view looks good. Did you make that? No, this is just an older route. So it looks all right. What you're looking at is a modern route. And yes, that's kind of just how it is. On the modern routes, they're a bit shit. But it doesn't matter how much feedback the community gives, it doesn't change. Any routes that have what's called time of day 4, which is anything after about TSW 5, I think, it does look washed out in the middle of the day from inside the cab. And we're just ignoring the speed limit. Lord Vectron says it bothers me the cabs have invisible roofs and the light passes through them. Some of them do. Not all. I think this one probably does, but because it's quite bright in here. But not all of them are that way. Old Vectron says at night park under a light and the whole cab is lit up. That does happen. With the shadow casting lights it happens. Do have to remember the brakes on this are really slow. But they work fairly nicely once they move. Speed limit at night is speed limit is just a mentality, says Car. The real railway, I agree with you. On this one, it doesn't worry me so much. Where is our stop point? After the road, of course. Lock the employees into the car park. Why not? Bedfast Sky says it always annoys me how the sky turns white on the horizon on Todd 4 routes. Indeed. Loco Poco says it appears most of the community wants DTG to start focusing on fixing stuff. Do you think they'll improve that going forward? It's pretty widespread opinion. It is a very widespread opinion. Me included. I think there's been some interest, yes. I hope they really do it. We're just pretending one application will be fine and it's going to stop before the end. It's going to be close. Is it going to stop? Yes. uncoupled 10. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there's a lot. Okay, so we probably want to go to the middle of the train somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Boink. Didn't they bounce apart in a hurry? Look at that. We've got more movement to do. Lots and lots of movement. Grouse. I think we'll start a real run rather than doing this one, because we'll be here forever. Let's do a real run. Bronco's running a pacer on Sandpatch Grade until you spad. Might be a little while. Hour and a half, 2 hours. And the Penguin says, morning, 2-hour power app is all I needed. Ah, fair enough. Loco Poco says, I hope they do too. They are still progressing with development though, so don't expect development to stop. Alright, let's do something with a proper train. Actually, let's do an ST70. And let's do... which one will we do? Let's ride Katie. Granite Quarry to Laramie Sand, Hermosa to Cheyenne for ethanol. Yeah, let's do that one. 6:12. It's pretty early in the morning. It should look all right. Let's get rid of dynamic weather though, and put in some light clouds. Go. Car says, I really do wish some of these older fruits from like TSW2 get updated with new graphics and TSW6 standards. Probably won't happen, at least to most routes. Man can dream. I wouldn't expect that, no. So there's the most important thing to do. Open your window. All right, as for in here, we want to have our switches, we want all 3 on. Headlights. We'll put them to bright aux because that is what we're going to be doing in a moment. Reverser in. Now, if we have multiple locomotives, just in case you want to turn banking comm on before you put the reverser into forwards, we won't do that yet because we'll go and have a look at our other locos in a moment. This one will probably need brakes done. Operator control? No, locomotive brake. Over here. Air brakes, that's what we want. Except you can't do it. Okay, good. Air brake cut in, air brake lead. So that's doing it. So let's release the train brake and we'll apply the locomotive brake and then let's go for a walk. Let's go and look at any other locos we've got. Now, one thing to remember is don't sit down because it'll try and take it over. Dynamics are cut in. It is set to run, which is correct. Single or intermediate unit, but that's not right for the headlight controls. So it's control from another unit coupled at either end, in which case ours is the short hood end. So it's coupled with an end, short hood end. I don't think the game actually cares about those anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Now these are incorrect. So both of those should be on, engine run and fuel pump on, but the gen field actually would not be on because it's controlled from the other one. And brakes in here should be cut out, so it's trail. So that's fine, that's telling you it's fine, and it's, so we go into more options, operator controls. So the air brake, we don't want to cut them in and we don't want to lead. So it's set for trail, so that's all good. Nothing else to do in here. You can leave that in handle off and the independent is released. If you had the old-fashioned kind with the valves, this one should be cut out and the valve down the bottom should be on trail. Have we got any more locos? Yes, we do. Probably this side, I think, for a door. There's another one behind this one as well.
Norfolk
So,
Southern,
handle off, release.
4.7, track 1, no.
And we can see our brakes are in trail, so that's correct. Again, these switches in the game are incorrect, so they should be engine run on and fuel pump on, otherwise your diesel would not be running. And this one, the headlight switch doesn't actually matter, because it's not the end of a consist. Doesn't really matter on the other one either. Trail. Again, those two switches should be on. Brakes are fine. Let's go back. Actually, this one could matter if we uncouple. So this one would be controlling at the long hood end. Off we go back to the lead. Shut and lock all your doors so you don't end up with hobos in there. Let's go and help back into Miss Katie. Yeah, everybody likes hopping into Miss Katie. See? Miss Katie. Right. All good. We have the green. Actually, let's do a brake test on this kind of brakes too, because I haven't shown anybody how to do that. So if we do a fairly light application, you'd see brake equalizing and the brake pipe will drop. Somewhat unusual for the brake pipe to drop below the equalizing. At this point, I would fail this locomotive and go, nah, not taking it. Because it's already failed the brake test. You can see the brake cylinder has some pressure in it, but that's only because we've got the independents on. So I go a bit more of an application. They have matched, and again the brake pipe, oh no, it's matched this time, so that's all right. And then you'd sit here and see if it changes for a minute, but we'll just pretend a minute happened and we'll release. Grab some notches. Oh, actually, I don't think I put it in forwards yet. I had not. And that's because it's this one, which has got bugs. We now need to. There we go. Now we can move it. You have to move it with the bloody mouse or your controller, or it doesn't believe you. Grab some notches. And another one. Should see we're making power. We are, so release the independent brake. And hopefully we will go. Loco says, wish for TSW7, the ability to process freight cars and the ability to walk around, not fly float as a conductor, switching freight cars while still being able to drive Loco, right? Run 8. I think we might need another notch. Since we're not rolling backwards, but we're not moving either. That's starting to feel promising. There we go. The way you start off on Steam is you look out the window down at the ground until you can see the ground start to move. I would think if that wasn't already in TSW7 Loco Poco, then it wouldn't be. Because Loco TSW7 would be almost finished to make it out on time for September. Benjamin's brain in a jar says, how would you pronounce Farquhar? Well, it depends. Is it the near Q or the far Q? These things are important. Bronco says we did get East Coastway and GWR remastered, but I imagine DTG desire to remaster some of the older American freight routes is probably minimal. It would depend how well they'd sell, I guess. If it would change their sales, they might do it. Casey Smokey. Now we have a proper buffer car between us and the exploding stuff. It's good to see. Bedfast Sky says Sherman Hill has the best route lighting in the game. Sherman Hill is nice. It's one of the nicer Todd 3 routes. Car says that cleared some stuff up. Cool. Bronco says I wouldn't mind to be able to get a signalman in TSW7. It would be good. I really doubt they'll do that. I agree with you. It would be good. I don't see that one because it's a major reworking of the game in the way it works. There are some excellent signalling games outside Train Sim World if you want to try some of those, ranging from fairly simple to ridiculously complex. And there's new ones coming out too. There's a new Japanese one coming out shortly. There's English ones, there's American ones. You can actually run Run 8 in dispatch mode, whether it be AI trains or whether you get onto one of the multiplayer servers. You can be the dispatcher, controlling all the signals and points on the railway. It's a lot of fun. So I agree it would be a really good mode for TSW. You can sit somewhere at a big yard or a terminus station doing that job. It would be awesome fun. Bronco says Sherman Hill in the snow is the best. Next. Benjamin says DC 4260 Productions insists it is Farquhar. I guess apparently how Toby says it in season 5 episode bar. I've always said Farquhar. Yeah, I'd go Farquhar. Single F. Because with double F, that'd make it Welsh and you wouldn't say it at all. It'd be Arquhar. Maybe TSW8 then, sends Loco Poco. But definitely go in and make your suggestions. Absolutely make suggestions for stuff that you want to see. Even the stuff that DTG have said's impossible, like a signalling mode. If enough people ask for it, they'll find a way. They just have to think it'll sell. And while I think they're shy of a separate game right now, it would be a concept for a separate game that used, say, the timetable system from Train Sim World. Because you never actually have to see the trains as a signaller. Carter is back. Loco Poco says, I also used to unload those rail tankers, caustic and acetic acid cars. You have to be careful because you can suck them in like a Coke can if you don't vent them. Yeah, I imagine that would happen, yes. I think Mythbusters did a episode on that and proved it does happen. Loco Poco says DC 4260 doesn't give DTG any slack. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. But he's not bad about it. He's makes sure that he's, well, usually, makes sure that he's right. I've picked him a couple of times not being right, and I've pointed that out to him, and he's updated stuff. So he's pretty reasonable. I don't mind the guy. Benjamin's Brain in the Jar says you don't say aardvark, Erie, or llama with a stutter. But there's one thing that you can say with a stutter, Benjamin's Brain in a Jar, about Thomas, and that's the fat cunt, the fat cunt, the fat controller. It's a collectible flag next to a rock. We're not going to collect it though. We've got a train to drive. These are a collectible, if you're wondering. They mark dangerous rocks. Bronco says, I did JP5 tankers, offloading fuel. The venting principle is the same. Yeah, any kind of vessel that's not designed to be a pressure vessel, and whether that is containing pressure or containing vacuum, it's a really bad idea if you make it do one of those jobs. Because they either explode or they crush. Benjamin's brain in a jar says, is dead. Have you guys not met Stevie the Stuttering Engine? Classic Australian TV. That's why I know it's okay to say that on YouTube, because it was on Australian TV. I can probably find you an episode. Let's see if I can. There's quite a few actually. If you just Google Stevie the Stuttering Engine, you'll find it. Looks like lots of people have republished this. Many people. It's time to accelerate. Carter says you're going to be reviewing BR Class 23. I don't generally review stuff so much. I just tell people what I think of it. Because I don't think people would be that accepting of an ambassador reviewing it. So normally I word it as it's just what I'm doing. But is there even a Class 23 company? Loco Poco says we pumped our tankers off with liquid pump and vented it by opening the top hatch lid, propped open. It's fair enough. I'm going to find a different radio channel, I think, because that one is in the wrong part of the country. So let me find one for Sherman Hill, which would be a Western UP. Looks like maybe the nearest I can get's UP Central Valley, but that's not very close. This one might be closer. Run this one. There you go, I've got that running. Hopefully it'll say something. Yeah. I smacked into the side of Katie. I mean, I can't get down there. We've got this nice water. And we can't get down there for a good rail fan shot across the water. Never mind. Well, that one instead. Yeah, the live stream railroads are really good. Says he going way too fast, but we'll ignore that because that problem's going to solve itself in a little while. I didn't realise you run streams. Let me go have a look at your channel. No, that's his picture. Okay, good. View channel. Go to channel. There we go. You do all sorts of stuff. There you go. Subscribed. Now I should probably do something about this. We're already way out of control. In fact, Dynamics isn't going to work at the moment, so let's use a little air brake. Photo mode probably would allow it. Bronco, yes. Yeah, I don't stream Run 8 very much because people don't like the way it looks. But operationally, it's very nice. It's like I hate the way air brakes work in this game. It just annoys me because I know what they should do. It is a road crossing. Damn. We'll just go one honk and pretend it's fine. That's better. Much better. All respect to someone who's running Run 8. I don't play it all that much anymore. I keep it up to date. Funnily enough, I've even bought DLC for it that I haven't played, I think. Should probably fix that. I get most sad on Run 8 if I run an Amtrak train, because they look terrible. The other ones actually look not too bad, but the trains aren't too bad, it's the scenery that's not good. I like running locals in Run 8, because you can do all sorts of nice things, like kick cars and have reasonably prototypical braking. I'm just proving I was a dummy then, because I'm looking at it going, why is it slowing down so much? And I look at the thing and go, oh yeah, we're going uphill. It just looks like we're going downhill. I still got a bell running. No one yelled at me that the bell was running. The Penguin president says, wasn't it Amtrak's birthday the other day? Could be. Yesterday. Well, there you go. Should probably go on to brights too. No, not dim. No, not off. Bright and aux. Train radio's been very quiet, hasn't it? Maybe that one's not running today. I might try another one. At least in a Union Pacific one. That one was the nearest I could get to this, but there'll be another UP one. Let's try Truckee. That one, you don't think you can actually get this one. No, you can't get this one in the way I need to run it. That's boring. Let's try West Sacramento. Roseville. It's a long way away, but it'll do the job. If anybody's chatting today. We'll see. As we get even slower. See what happens when you pay attention to something else? Everything turns to poo. It's time for some notch 8, I think. See you later, Bronco. Have fun, mate. Sleep well. 55 years, Bedfast Sky. Pretty impressive. Benjamin's brain in the jar's gone down the Ernest and the engine rabbit hole. Yep. Poor Ernest. And Hawk says distracted driving. Yes. That would be quite problematic in a landscape like this because it's not all that changing. You probably wouldn't be the first engineer to sit there reading a book. I don't think that radio is active either. Rolling along with our sausages full of true chemicals. Tankers of goo, fresh from Iran. It's amazing how out of focus the train's getting even that close. I'm feeling an optimization. I remember there's a rock along this route somewhere that if you look at it, your GPU gets hot. It's a little way off the railway line, so it doesn't affect you when you drive, but it does affect you. Look at those carriages popping in down the back there. All the way down there. Pop. 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 Have we got locomotives down the back? Oh, we do. Look at that. One. We're back to going downhill again now. Most of the train's still going uphill though.
Detected. Milepost 7.
That was a loud one. Essentially, it keeps popping back up a notch. That was their defense against rail driver drift. And it's a good example of why you shouldn't build stuff like that into your game.
Contact 749.
Life.
Protect main 1, Martinez, over. Yep.
If US rail radio changes to digital, people will be very sad, I suspect. I'd put the dynamics on, but I don't think they'd do anything at this speed. Well, they shouldn't anyway. A light brake application is not doing much at this speed either. It's holding us now. That'll do. We'll pretend 45 is 40. It's fine. It's all good. Well, not holding. Bit more. These trees are sold here as dinosaur trees. Which I suppose they are in some ways. We're getting faster, aren't we? I think.
That's 257 over.
Come again. Over.
Hook up here so just for a second.
Be really curious whether dynamics can hold at this speed when I put them on, but I'll get us down below the speed limit. There we are, we're below the speed limit.
Right, there we go, click out.
We're allowed to do 55 mile an hour now, should we? Hell yeah. It'll pick up speed by itself. Doesn't need any help. Hey, you can barely hear it in the cab. Interesting.
57 over.
Yeah, all South over here. 202, over. You have an operative over? I got it. Center at the job brief with you guys. I know you're ready for job briefing. You're going to have to hand operate and flag your GPS. AP 5496, your route for this move is going to be siding to main track westbound at control point F202. I cannot get the dual control switch present. Control point F202 to line unlock remove. I need you to take the dual control switch present. Control point F202 and line unlock. Take an enhancer position. Line locker for your move from siding to main track westbound. Over. Okay, P5496, yeah, your route is siding to main west at control point F202. I can't get the dual control switch. Dual control switch present, control point F202, I can't get it to line unlock this siding to main west. So I need you to take that dual control switch at control point F202 in the hand throw position. Take the hand throw position and line unlock it for your move. Siding to main westbound.
Out of control. Got that bell going again. What would happen if I put dynamics on at this speed? I'm curious. So they shouldn't really work. Hello, Phil B. How are you? Welcome along. Hope you're well.
Perfect. I think we all understand what's happening here. That's a good job. Yes, guys. That's all correct. And then, guys, you have PCC up. I understand you are talking out about the PCC. You have PCC up. I want to go ahead and send the authority to pass PCC. Over.
It actually looks like the dynamics are doing something, which is amazing to me. But I'm enjoying this out of control feeling. Make Rails happy if I say, we're all going to die. But I do think we'll give up on dynamics. Whoa, that's a weird noise. And we'll give a very heavy air brake application and try and get us back under control. Phil says, good thanks, I thought this was later today. No, I usually start at 8:30 AM Australian Eastern Standard Time. What I'm doing later today is a German freight one. This thing makes the bizarrest noise when you switch from dynamics back to normal operation. I think our speed is decreasing, so we're... Probably within 23 miles we might actually slow down. Maybe. Maybe. Could we get an equalization across the reservoirs and the speed being 66? That would be funny. Well, it could be PM for you, Phil. Depends where you are in the world. Good night, car. Have a good one, mate. Enjoy yourself. Sounds like we've got the bell on again. Does that train have wheels? Kind of thinking it doesn't have wheels. Our speed is slowly coming under control, and I'm thinking, you know, so we've come down 2 miles in 3 miles. So yeah, At this rate of braking, we might actually stop where we're supposed to. That's funny. Time zones are funny things. It's 4 AM there. It's a little early. That's actually the kind of time that you can go outside and walk around and no one will see you. Ah, pizza. Do you have some? Cool. Thank you. Very hot. Let that sit for a little while. It's very hot. We're almost back under control, look. That was loud. Doesn't need to be that loud. So what are the odds? Do you think we'll actually stop in 20 miles? Or do you think we'll just keep running out of control like we have been for the last 4 miles? Excuse me while I eat pizza. Because pizza is, of course, best eaten while it's still cooking your fingers. I do like the shunting jobs at this quarry. They're quite good. We'll just pretend that was 4. We are back in the yellows.
Dispatch 57, over. 5496, go ahead. Okay. 202.7, got a strobe going on, signal on the main dark. Yeah, looks like we got a power off indication there as well. So that's what I'm guessing it probably is as well. So, but I will get a report to signal, make sure they know. Over. Yeah, perfect. Thanks, over.
Sounds like a power failure has taken out their signalling and points. That's boring. I wouldn't have thought dynamics should hold at this speed, and they're not. They may need some air braking, but bail off this so we get to keep it. But a ridiculously large air brake application. I'll be amazed if we don't derail this thing. Because we clearly do not have enough horsepower per ton for this train. It's getting very wobbly. And speeding up. Yeah, a tiny bit bedfast, guy. A little bit. Yep. I think I've melted my brake shoes at this point. I think they're just dripping now. We're not far off double the speed limit. Just a little bit. It makes for an exciting run down the hill. It's all right. The hill runs out in 13 miles. It'll be fine. About 2 miles out, we just hit the emergency stop button and hope for the best. We'll see how she goes. I predict poorly. Bedfast Sky suggests good thing it's only potentially hazardous materials in the tankers. It adds to the fun. Yes, must be that little town at the bottom of the hill that got wiped out. It wasn't this hill though, it was the other one. The Norfolk Southern Simulator, says Lord Vectron. Ooh, we're slowing down. Look at that. We actually dropped 1 mile an hour then. It's the first time I've seen it not increase. It's one way to get hobos off your train. $10 miles to go until I just dump the air. What's left of it. Not that it would actually do a stronger brake application, just saying, because we've already got a full service application, so if you dump the air now, it doesn't do anything. Wonder how high into space it would leap if I put it into reverse at this point. Oop, 70 mile an hour. We are slowing down. That's because the gradient's easy. It's nothing to do with my skills. No. 9 miles. Will this train stop in 9 miles? Oh, lost another mile an hour. Loco Poco says if there's any hobos on this train, they probably passed out by now. Yes. Old mate buggered off. He's gone, nah, I'm jumping. I'll take my chances. Lowtech 42, hello. Thanks for the stream. I hope they had more US lines and locos to the sim in the future. There is the Hayden branch, which is a mining and chemical branch coming up from High Iron. That's all the ones I'm aware of at the moment. And we are completely out of control. $8 miles and not much sign of slowing. $61 mile an hour. 7 miles to stop. Lowtech says they didn't fix the depth of field issue in Sodor. Why? I don't know. I was sad about that. Interestingly, it's actually better on console, which is weird, which makes me wonder, are they using Gen 8 console settings on PC? I don't know. They were meant to fix it for the characters, but it didn't seem to have happened. Improlix, dynamic to 8, autos to full, bail off, independent. That's what we've got right now. We're in Dynamics 8. We have a full service application, slightly beyond it actually, but full service application. And we have Nothing on the loco brake, so we are bailed off. Deborah Reef Reader, hello! You've joined just in time to see me crash in 6 miles' time. Although we are starting to slow down, so you never know. We might survive this. I've never had a runaway on Sherman Hill before. This is a novelty. I've had it happen on Cajon plenty of times, but not on this one. I seem to remember way too late, Emperor X, that the dynamics on this loco don't actually work. We are back below the speed limit now, though. So we may actually stop now. But only because, I mean, the gradient's easing off, so as we get down, it gets better. We might even be able to pretend we're in control of the train soon. The reality is I was going way too fast because you shouldn't really go over about 25 mile an hour when you try to use dynamics, because they become vastly ineffective. As at this point, the brake shoes on the train are setting fire to whatever is in these tankers. What's the pressure at the back now? Where is it on this display? Rear 69, so the brakes are still on in the back. Survival. Just gonna go make sure the oven's not still on. I'll be back. Smelling something hot, but maybe it's my neighbours lighting their fire. 3 miles to go. And we're back under control, I see. Ooh, to you too.
Dispatch 57. Yeah, 5496. Go ahead. Okay, strobe and light going off there at the control point, and then also all clear of the switch, and switch is back on power. Okay, perfect. Yep, get that all reported, and yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good job.
Nearly down the hill. So we're getting pretty close to the end now, stopping on the main line in this one, not in the yard. That's a lot of trucks. This was one of the first routes I beta tested. And I remember this bridge because the bridge didn't make it into the build that the beta testers had, but the devs could see it in their build. So you'd see all these trucks and cars just flying over the top of you without the benefit of any support. Mind you, I kind of doubt a bridge that wide without any support anyway. It would seem dubious from an engineering perspective. So tonight, in about 6 hours, a little bit under 6 hours, I'll be running German freight. Perhaps more in control on the German freight because PZB, it sort of forces you to. In the meantime, even though it's exactly the same, I'll go and record a tutorial for the Great British Railways 802 because someone will go, hey, I can find your 802/1 tutorial, but I can't find one for the GBR one. Can you make one for me? And I'll go, they're the same. And they'll go, but can you make one for me? I know this will happen, so I'll just make it now. Besides, I haven't driven it yet, and I want to. There's something else I was going to do today, too. I have to go find my list and see what's there. Yeah, not sure. Oh well. I'll work it out. Yes, the smooth brain players, they're the ones, Lord Vectron. That's one of the joys of having a public presence. Is that everyone can actually find you. Actually, for the 2 Chicago people that have gone now, Illinois is coming in American Truck Simulator. Almost forgot. There you go. Rails still is here. So you probably just heard that ATS is going to have Illinois soon. That should make him happy. And you reckon tomorrow's going to be a nice day? It's going to be quite awful here. In fact, it's almost dark and it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. And it's raining all day. It's going to be raining for the next 5 days. Perfect. When I come off the dynamics on this, it's going to make that horrible noise again. That one. Date-wise, it is the 3rd. So may the 4th be with you tomorrow. Bedfast Skies says the scenarios they're including for the GBR 802 sound like a lot of fun. I'm conflicted on the livery itself, so I'm not sure if I'll pick it up, but $7 is enticing. Penguin says you might wait for a sale. No, that's fair enough. Fair enough indeed. You get 2 services as well, and it subs in on others. What do you do with your old carriages? Yeah, turn them into sheds, of course. Seems only fair. As Miss Katie continues her roll down the hill. As we get to the point where our completely out of control ride on Miss Katie will be coming to an end. It is still pushing rather hard, this train. Hey, wow, that thing actually works. I saw it go green before. I didn't think it actually worked, so that's cool. Tremendously fuzzy station there. Full service. Will it stop? I'm thinking it won't, so I'm going to whack the big red button. And we're going to do something else funny. but I'm thinking it's not going to help. Nah, we're going through it. Oh no! Bugger. Hey, we survived. What happened there?
Dispatch 57. Over.
Okay. Well, we'll take that for the win.
050, Commander.
I don't know how that worked. But okay. We'll go with that. Yes, we'll go with that. Anyway, later on tonight, in about 5.5 hours' time, I will be streaming some German freight, starting with one of the Dresden routes. I can't actually remember which one it is, but the scenario is called Dresden Diversion with a Vectron. So we'll get into that and we'll do a little bit more. That stream won't be as long as this one because, funnily enough, I have to sleep for work the next day. Yep. And Prolix says, just as yours came to an end, you missed your stop and failed. Oh no. Well, I missed my stop too. I just went through a red signal, but nothing bad happened. Oh, no. Well, I don't know. Maybe it felt pity on me. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, that's it for today. So thank you very much for joining in, folks. I hope you had fun and enjoyed the stream. And I hope to see you a little bit later on this evening, my time, or on another day. So I'll be running the GBR 802 on Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is 10 a.m. British Standard Time, or British, is it British Summer Time? British Summer Time, that's it. And then there's the Horror Train game on Wednesday. Cool. Alrighty. Have fun, folks, and we shall see you later, and I'll pretend to understand why that did what it did. And by the way, don't ever put your chain in reverse when you're going forwards. It's really bad for it. Alrighty. Have fun, folks. Enjoy, and we shall see you later. Bye now. Where's the button? That one. Yeah. Do you know I could never find the button?